I can see you, Kirk.
Chang.
Can you see me?
Con bloodsucker. You're gonna do your dirty work now. Do you hear me? Go you!
Set a course. For home.
I'm Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the Federation Starship Enterprise. Shields inside all ships. Resistance is futile.
Good evening, and welcome to another episode of the Trek Brothers podcast. I'm Chris.
And I'm Shaun.
Hola, Senor Shaun.
Hi, Chris.
Are you excited about this? This is going to be exciting.
I am. We're doing something different.
It's going to be a lot different. All of you cats out there, you're going to be all surprised. You're going to be like, what? Like, what? All right. Let's not delay, because I want to talk Trek.
Is the word given, Admiral? The word is given. Warp speed.
Computer.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Get out! Get out of there! Get out!
1.
Jean-Luc, blow up the damn ship!
No!
To be. To be.
God, that's so epic.
Oh, wonderful. Good job. It's great. I actually hadn't heard the last, 10 seconds of it before.
It's so amazing. So we're doing something new and crazy. You should tell our audience what it is, Shaun.
All right. So we've done 11 episodes. This is our 12th episode of the Trek Brothers. So we've gone through 11 whole episodes of Star Trek. So what we decided to do, why 11? Because it's one better than 10. The other real reason of why 11 is because to go through every Star Trek show, every series, twice, all the way through, including The Cage, you get 11 episodes. So we've done 2 of each, technically 3 of the original series, if you consider The Cage part of the original series, rather than its own kind of freestanding thing. So we figured, why not celebrate? 11 episodes into our podcast, let's just talk about the past 11 Trek episodes, not the less Trek Brothers episodes, but the 11 episodes that we've discussed a little bit in depth over the past 3 months, and pick some of our favorites. So this is a list episode, like so many things online, top 5s, top 10s. We're doing our top 11s, and just to make everything all equal, nice and square, we're going to do a top 11 lists, a top 11 lists of top 11 categories, if that makes sense. Basically, every list will have 11 of our favorites, and we're doing 11 different lists all this episode.
Yes, 11, 11, 11. Man, should have been my Powerball numbers. I did not win the Powerball, by the way.
I didn't either, but you gotta play to win. So, just as a precursor to this, I do want to say, I absolutely, and I know Chris absolutely encourages discussion on this. This is obviously our lists, our opinions. They're not necessarily because we think this means that anybody else is wrong, but we would love to continue the kind of conversation. You can find us at the Trek Brothers on Twitter. You can find us at the Trek Brothers at Gmail. Give us your own lists. Again, we're only doing the first 11 episodes of what we've covered, so it's the first 2 episodes of TOS, 2 episodes of Next Gen, first 2 episodes of DS9, Voyager, and Enterprise, and The Cage to round out 11. Yes. So I understand the best of both worlds isn't on here. Amok Time isn't going to be on our list. We haven't gotten there yet. So just hold off. I understand that there are plenty of better episodes than these in some cases. 'Cause some of these episodes are really good and would make a top 11 list of mine just in general. But we're not there yet. We'll get there.
We will get there. You just hold on, Year of Hell. We'll get there. All right. So what's our first category?
Well, we're going to start out big. We're going to start out big. We're going to end big. And in the middle, we're going to go big. But anyway, the first category we have are the top 11 episodes. And because I've been talking quite a bit, we're going to start the countdown at number 11, and we're going to start with Chris's number 11. So, Chris, out of the episodes we've covered so far, what is your 11th favorite and thus least favorite episode that we've talked about so far in our short little run of this podcast?
Oh, I'm so sorry, DS9. It's Emissary. Did not like that episode.
I can't say that it's a surprise. Seeing that at the bottom of your list is not surprising to me. We had a long discussion about how we do not like Emissary.
Boo. It stunk. What's your number 11?
My number 11 is Fight or Flight, the last episode we did in the second episode of Enterprise. It was just not... There wasn't a whole lot of content there for me to grab onto. It kind of reminded me why I did not watch Enterprise for years.
Oh, it was a sad reminder. A sad reminder. It was so meh. It was in the middle.
Yeah. That's exactly it. Meh.
Meh, meh. Number 10. What's your number 10?
My number 10, Emissary.
Oh, man, that DS9.
Yeah, and in fact, it's the only pilot episode that's even below number 4 for some spoilers to my list. Actually, number 7. Sorry, I've got another pilot on there. So it's by far the lowest, my least favorite pilot episode. And now that I'm looking at my list, I'm just talking crap. And the next one on my list is also a pilot episode. So just ignore everything that I just said. I forget what pilot episodes are, apparently.
Well,
what's your number 10?
It's also pilot. Broken Bow. That did not do anything for me as far as the Vulcans are concerned. That ruined it. Archer.
Yeah, not very good. Going down my list to number 9, Broken Bow. Broken Bow.
Oh, did I call it Broken Bow?
I don't know. I always call it Broken Bow.
I've adopted it. That's why it should be. That's why it should be where it is.
Yeah, part of the reason we don't like it is because we can't remember the name, pronounce the name right ever.
Oh man! All right, what do you got for number 8?
Number 8. Did you do your number 9?
Oh no, I didn't do number 9. I completely forgot. This is this is interesting. We kind of disagreed here. A little bit.
Yeah.
It's not like it was like, your number 1 versus my number 9. I got the naked
right.
now. It was a ripoff of a TOS episode. Didn't think that it was very original, but I did respect the fact, like I said during our review, did respect the fact of what they were trying to do with introduce a lot of the characters. It's also Wesley heavy, and that's always bleh.
yeah, especially the early, like season 1 Wesley is pretty rough. These first episodes that me and you have done together, I feel like half of them are good, and then out of the other half, like so half of them are good, 1/4 are bad, and 1/4 are just kind of ugh. And Naked Now kind of falls into the blah period of me. So that's why it's higher ranked on mine, because I don't think it's necessarily a bad episode, but it's just kind of again.
I see that.
Yeah.
We did agree. We agreed on the next one. That's amazing.
Oh yeah, our number 8s are the same.
They are the exact same. What is it?
Yeah, it's A Man Alone.
A Man Alone.
DS9 episode 2. Yeah, Yeah, without going into it too much, just the little mob and the kind of crappy murder mystery and the 5 different plot lines that we were supposed to follow that early on. Just not good.
Nope.
I didn't think.
It's a mask, and I'm also a plaything anyway. Joke's on you.
All right, so I find this interesting. Moving up to number 7, your number 7 episode.
Yeah, I'm hurt. I'm hurt by Sean's number. So my number 7 is Fight or Flight. Yeah, that meh episode in the middle. But I'm more interested in hearing what your number 7 is.
Well, my number 7, disappointing to you, is Caretaker.
I'm hurt.
You'll be fine. Caretaker, this is hard because Caretaker, this is where I go from bad episodes to episodes that I think are okay but not great, and Caretaker certainly fell into that rather. Caretaker, I think Caretaker might have been better if they left it at 1 hour instead of doing 2 hours.
Yes,
and just cutting out some of the stuff. A lot of the on planet, right by whatever planet that is kind of boring when they first meet the Kazon, and when Tatooine, we'll just call it Tatooine for now. I understand that some of it's important, but it kind of stagnated the episode for me. I didn't say this about Emissary. Emissary and the Wormhole kind of stagnated the episode for me too, where it's just like, let's just keep moving. Like the action just dies out, and you're just kind of stuck there for a little while. It was 2-parter.
Yeah, totally. So number 6. What's your number 6?
My number 6 is The Naked Now, and it's right there in the middle because it's kind of right there in the middle episode. It's for me, it's an enjoyable Star Trek episode, but it's not really noteworthy one way or another. It's there. I like watching it. I mean, I had fun watching it. I just, I don't have very much good to say about it other than, I watched it and I liked it.
Nice. Well, mine is Encounter at Farpoint. So this is kind of where my list starts to you try to get into the good parts of the Trek episodes we watched. It wasn't a bad episode, but it was definitely a first season episode. I thought it tried to do too much. For a first episode, I would have liked a little bit more Picard and a little less. Well, Q's fantastic. I have him in the list later on, pretty high up. So I do like Q, but it did bite off a lot, I thought.
Yeah. No, I can see that. I could definitely see that. It's a little awkward. Obviously, bringing Star Trek back to the small screen after years and years, it's bound to be a little funky, especially in the mid '80s. It really gets kind of goofy. The Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and especially Voyager and Enterprise, I think had an advantage over Next Generation just because that universe had been well grounded and well thought out by the time they came out. So they were, and I understand that Enterprise is a prequel, but it's all the same people most of the same people working on it. So it ends up being a similar kind of show in its feel, even though it's, a prequel. And Voyager definitely is, a very much, I feel like just very much Star Trek of the 90s. It's really everything unique that Next Generation ended up doing and DS9 did that didn't work. Voyager learned from those lessons and kind of applied the stuff that did work and put it in there. And that's probably why I like Voyager a little bit better than I used to, and definitely more than some of these, more than DS9 for sure.
Yes. Oh man, I'm gonna need the smelling salts of the stove to get through number 5. What's your number 5, Sean?
My number 5 is Parallax. Now, this is where my episodes do turn good, in my opinion. And so I like Parallax. Parallax was really good, and we talked about this a couple weeks ago, and I think it's got a wonderful hard sci-fi story to it, which is always great when Star Trek goes hard sci-fi, which it doesn't do, I think, nearly often enough, especially now. It doesn't do it at all. Thanks, J.J. Abrams. But yeah, it's a really good episode. The reason that it's number 5 is because the 4 above it are just so much more to me than this was. It's a really good episode. It was beat out by stuff that I prefer.
I respect that. I could respect that.
Yeah.
Well, interestingly enough, I cried foul a little bit a while ago on Shaun's Caretaker, but here it is for me, number 5. It's definitely the second act. The second episode that just seemed to be like throwing on at the end of the first was just like, why? It just slowed so much down. So I don't rank it as high as I do some other Voyager episodes, but it's still Voyager, and I still love it, and I still like the introduction of the characters that I grew to love and can talk hours about.
Right. Yeah, all right. So go ahead, do number 4.
All right, number 4 is interesting.
Because,
we agree.
again, yeah, we agree.
It's pretty good. Where No Man Has Gone Before. That is a classic Trek episode. I loved every minute of that episode.
It's really good. The Star Trek fighting is there. There's a little bit of philosophy. Kirk, as I said when we were doing this, Kirk is Kirk at this point already. Just in the very beginning, William Shatner got that character. Really great. There's some kind of weird stuff going on in there, but for a show of its scope and its uniqueness of the time, it was really well done and still holds up 50 years later.
Yes. And Gary Mitchell should have been Cumberbatch.
Oh yeah, Gary Mitchell in Star Trek Into Darkness, just redone the story with Gary Mitchell. It would have been so much better. Oh, so much better.
All right, what's your number 3?
My number 3 is Encounter at Farpoint. Now, I love The Next Generation. I like the way The Next Generation started out with. I can see where you're coming from, where it's too much. But it does give you a good introduction to Picard, a really good introduction to Picard. Data, I think, is pretty solid. He's a little awkward at the beginning, but still pretty solid. And these characters I really like. They're some of my favorite characters. All in all, my favorite crew is the Next Generation crew. And for excluding Tasha Yar, the Next Generation crew that you see in season 1 is the Next Generation crew that you have in season 7. A lot more developed and a lot less awkward by season 7, but they're there, and I thought they melded well even from the beginning, more so than any of the other casts of actors did.
Yeah, I can see that. I'll buy that.
Plus Q, come on, Q's great.
Yeah, he is good. He's very good. John Delancey is an amazing actor. All right. Where are we? Number 2? Number 3?
Well, you need your number 3, yeah.
Oh, I need my number 3. Oh, my goodness. How could I forget this? So, my number 3 is The Cage. I love Hunter. I love Pike. I wish that Pike just would have been... That to me, watching The Cage, that to me could have been like a series. Like, you could just imagine that crew going on. Even though it was just really Spock that, just kind of gone on. But, I mean, he's so different in there anyway. But that episode is a brilliant episode, a brilliant beginning. And I just love every minute of that episode, even though it's not apocryphal. I think that's definitely why I wanted to include it on in a top 11 episode, because they reference it later on. I mean, I think that speaks about how good it is.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I love The Cage. It's a wonderful starting point. I want to say it's unfortunate that it didn't get picked up, and that was the Star Trek that we got. But had it got picked up, we might not have the Star Trek 50 years that we know now. And granted, if it got picked up, we already would have went over 50 years 2 years ago. But those characters are great. It was really well done. It should have been picked up, even if it didn't, create the Star Trek legacy as we know it now, because it would have been a good show for the time. There was nothing like that in the sci-fi world as far as TV was concerned during that period of time. really filled a vacuum. Granted, the Kirk version a year or two later filled that vacuum anyway, but this was there before it, and the idea was pretty solid from that early on. It's not so corny like Lost in Space was, or not so episodic, although the original series is very episodic, but before that you had those kind of serial things like the Twilight Zone and The Outer Limits and things like that are just one-off stories that have no connection to one or another.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh.
So, number 2. You can keep talking about it then. Number 2. What's your number 2?
Well, my number 2, obviously, is The Cage. I already said plenty about The Cage. I will say one more thing. It would have been really sweet in the 2009 version if there would have been more references to the crew of The Cage. So if you had like a Dr. Boyce or a female number 1 on the Enterprise that died right away, or something like that for the new younger crew to take over.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
That would have been kind of interesting, right? I think so. You could have at least, kind of made mention, have a Majel Barrett-like number 1 character there that just gets killed off in the first half hour. Why not?
Yeah,
so
it's a shame they didn't do that.
So I've said plenty about The Cage. So what's your number 2?
The Carbomite Maneuver. This, like we said that week, ranks at least in the top 20 of all time Trek episodes for me. It is, and it's an amazing accomplishment considering it's a very early episode. Yeah, I love Captain Kirk in this episode. In fact, Captain Kirk is the star of that episode, and to me, like you had made mention when we reviewed it, that is the Captain Kirk that we all grew in love, and is why I love that episode.
Yeah,
and the turn,
it's a great
I swear the reveal of Baylock, of who he is. I mean, as cheesy as it is, it's still. You can't write that stuff anymore. You just can't write that stuff.
Right. And I mean, it seems really cheesy to us that it's just little Clint Howard, but I'm sure it was kind of interesting back then. And that's the thing. We're old enough, and Star Trek was probably, I'm speaking for myself, not necessarily you at this point, but Star Trek was much part of the pop culture and the zeitgeist, as it were, that the first time that I really remember watching the Carbonite Maneuver, there wasn't a reveal. It wasn't like, oh, it's just this little kid instead of this scary puppet that he has. I always kind of knew that was coming. I saw it early on enough, or I knew about it early on enough that the shock factor or the wow factor was not there for me. It seems corny and campy kind of looking back on it, but it's still somewhat effective. But I would hope in the 60s it was a little bit more impactful than it was to our generation.
Yeah, absolutely. Number 1. What's your number 1, Sean?
Well, I'm out of everything except the Carbonite Maneuver. There's not a whole lot else that I can say about this that we haven't said already. We get Dr. McCoy, amazing. We get a good version of Spock, a better version of Spock. He's still a little weird. He's kind of yelling throughout the episode, but great episode. Great, just them in the ship, exploring the unknown, discovering it, being peaceful, but also having some amount of action in there. Just really well done. First out of the gate, after the pilot, wonderful, well done. But my favorite that we've talked about so far.
Nice. Well, it just would not be a Chris list without Voyager at the top. My number 1 is Parallax. That episode to me is a quintessential episode. It introduces B'Elanna. It introduces the Maquis. It introduces the relationship of Chakotay and Janeway. It introduces Seska. It introduces the fight that's going to come between the crew and the coming together of the crew after that fight, and just amazing of the Maquis versus the Federation. It has everything that I love about Voyager in that episode. That's all I gotta say. If anybody wants my full analysis, listen to our 3-hour episode on Parallax. I love that episode.
Yes, we talked a lot about it.
It's our next category.
Top 11 special effects.
Dun, dun, dun. Special effects.
Again, these are just the special effects in the episodes that we've covered so far. So there's certainly other special effects that happen throughout the entire legacy of Star Trek that best probably any of these on either of our list, but these at least are good at the very beginning of each respective episode. Why don't you go ahead and start, Chris? What's your number 11?
Number 11. What do we got? Special effects. Odomorphing a man alone. Not a bad effect. It's strange because when I did this list, it ended up being like I like every single one of these things. So like number 11's like, not bad at all. But odomorphing for the very first time is pretty sweet. It's pretty cool to see that stuff, particularly in A Man Alone. I like that kind of stuff.
I agree.
It was. I mean, it's a cool effect. I mean, you figure that's for the 90s. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and these aren't remastered or in any sort. They're still basically the 90s film that you're watching on Netflix or Hulu or DVD even. They haven't done anything actually to these original DS9 episodes or Voyager episodes. So when you see a good effect in one of them, it's standing the test of time.
Yeah, absolutely. What's your number 11?
I really like the time displacement room in Broken Bow. It's the end kind of fight scene with Archer and the Suliban person, and it's got the really cool effect. I kind of like the whole fight they have there, but I like the effect of the Suliban firing the phaser or whatever they call it in that show, the phaser weapon, and the phaser fire going slowly, and Archer's able to jump out of the way before it even actually hits him. Thought that was really cool.
That was really cool. Oh, number 10. What's your number 10?
My number 10 is Encounter at Farpoint, Enterprise D, saucer separation. Very action-packed. Pretty cool. Ultimately, not very entertaining all in all. When it's happening in that first episode, you're like, this is cool, this is useful. And then when you kind of think about it more and more, it's just like, well, why did they do that? Why is that even useful? What's the point of that? But the scene itself of the whole separating from the bottom part, great. Really cool, actually. Like, still looks cool to me. I liked it when I was younger more, but I still like it now that I'm a little bit older.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a really good effect. In that, I liked it in Generations too. It was pretty sweet to see.
Yeah, well, it's got that whole crash scene, which helps out a little bit.
And then it does. Wow.
So, yeah, what's your number 10?
Pike burns in hell from the cage. I love the Telosians as in general, but I really like how they did that. I thought it just looked really cool. Like, you really thought that he was burning in hell, but he really wasn't. I mean, the whole thing was, manipulating his mind anyway. But that was pretty sweet. I always like that.
Nice. Yeah, it's good. It's well acted as well to pull it off.
Yeah. What's number 9?
Number 9, I've got Voyager punches through the singularity, the end of Parallax.
Nice.
So when they're and I don't remember the line exactly, but the hole to get out of the singularity is smaller than Voyager is wide, and Janeway says something like, "We're just gonna punch on through," and then they go through it, and the Voyager actually going through the singularity is pretty cool looking to me. And again, this goes with the same thing that we were talking about with odomorphine. Voyager hasn't been redone or remastered yet in any way, so it's those mid-90s effects still holding up 20 years later.
Yeah, totally. Wow, my number 9 is kind of interesting. Q giving chase to the Enterprise. I don't know why. I've always liked it. Like, you see the big net, and I like stuff that looks bigger than the ship. And to be able to convey that through special effects, I think has always been cool. Because that Enterprise D was just like a model, and then to be able to do that I think was pretty sweet.
Yeah, I agree. And I'll be talking a little bit about that later on down this list.
Nice. What's your number 8?
Number 8, it's when Chakotay rams the Maquis ship into the Kazon cruiser that ultimately saves Voyager at the end of Caretaker. I'm kind of a sucker for kamikaze space scenes where somebody's just throwing ships into other ships. I like the end of Nemesis when they ram the Scimitar with the Enterprise Z. Just I like big collisions like that. It seems like it's done rarely, but when it's done all right, it's always kind of awesome.
Yeah. Don't worry, Year of Hell. We're getting there. We're getting there. All right, number 8. Oh, I got another interesting one that I like for really weird reasons. The zoom into the bridge at the very beginning of the cage. I don't know why. I always thought that was the coolest way to start the show. It was so cool. So cool to me. It's still cool to me.
It's very neat, isn't it? Yeah, it's different for sure.
Yeah. Number 7.
All right, my number 7 is the first time you see Baylock's large spherical ship in the Corbinite maneuver. So it's after the little cube, the buoy that they destroy, and the big ship comes. And when you're talking about the Q kind of giving scope to the Enterprise, I thought this is really cool that spherical ship gives a scale of the Enterprise, Kirk's Enterprise, and they even zoom out. I don't remember what the exact magnification grade is. They have to zoom out to see the whole thing on the view screen, but they also show it right next to the Enterprise itself to show how big it is. Just I love the feeling of showing how small something so big is. It really, really great sense of scale.
Yeah, definitely. So, number 7's kind of interesting. For me, again, I have the Enterprise leaving dry dock. But what Enterprise? The NX-01. It was cool to see another Enterprise, I have to admit. I wasn't very excited about the execution that would become Enterprise, particularly the episode. And the series and in its entirety. Regardless, when you're watching a TV show, like very few Trek shows start with a ship leaving dry dock, and that's always been cool to me. Like, I like the dry dock scenes from Star Trek 3 and stuff like that, and I even like the dry dock scenes in TNG when they do show the Enterprise D and dry dock and stuff like that. And I don't know why I like that. Like, I like seeing ships leave from dry dock. I don't know why. I think it's cool.
I do too. I like that scene in the motion picture. I think it's great.
All right.
I don't think it's too long at all in the motion picture.
See, you should play Stowe. Then you could be riding around in their costume. All right, number 6, Sean.
Number 6. So this isn't, well, it's an effect of sorts, but it's not necessarily a computer special effect. It's McCoy's age makeup from Encounter at Farpoint. I like that they took Dr. McCoy, made him look like Dr. McCoy as though he would be 136 or 146, whatever his age was supposed to be in that episode. Of course, DeForest Kelley does it really well. DeForest Kelley still didn't look that old because he still had, after this, he still had Star Trek 5 and 6 to come out. So, that's a scale of how he looked at that time period. I just think it was really well done. I think they portrayed well how an older man would look of that age, and a man far beyond anything that we could dream of as far as life expectancy.
Nice. So for my number 6, I have to explain a little something about Chris and what Chris likes. I like big species. I've always been really fascinated when I was a little kid, what's the biggest dinosaur and what's the biggest animal and stuff like that. I don't know why I've always liked big stuff. And my number 6 is the alien jellyfish from Encounter at Farpoint, and I love the fact that they're freaking giant things that come out of a planet and rise up, and it's so cool to me. That kind of thinking that there's this giant, like these two giant jellyfish just like, roaming around the galaxy. That's cool to me. Stuff like that. Size.
Nice. Really cool.
Wait. So number 5. What's number 5?
Number 5 is inside of the wormhole from Emissary. So not the actual boring parts when he's talking to the prophets, but the actual graphics inside when they have the roundabout inside of there. I always thought that was really cool. It's reminiscent. It's not the same, but it's reminiscent to me of when like the Millennium Falcon is in hyperspace, not when it's jumping to hyperdrive or like jumping to hyperspace, but when it's actually in and they're kind of in like that blue conical, like cloudish thing. Like I've always thought that was really cool looking, and you don't see it very often. So I think that's part of it. It's that you just don't get to see stuff like that. So I thought it was really cool, really alien, unique kind of looking interior.
That's interesting. That's good.
Yeah. So your number 5.
It's interesting. Is higher than your number 10 here. I have the saucer separation from Encounter at Farpoint. Now I have to explain another thing about Chris that Chris likes. I like moving things on spaceships, and like that's one of the reasons why I've always liked the nacelles on Voyagers, because they move. And so, like, when you're a kid and you're watching the saucer separation, I just like the fact that the Enterprise could do something different. It just wasn't like a static kind of ship. So I always like when ships can do something interesting. Yeah, and it's so rare, I mean, that a ship can do something anyway. Like that. That's unique. Not just be like a ship that goes through space.
Yeah, it's kind of different for any sci-fi spaceship.
Yeah. But yeah, practicality, that would probably be like, 11. Not good. All right, number 4.
Number 4. So we already talked about this a little bit. Mine is just the QNet from Encounter at Farpoint. I love that net just spreads all around. And again, I like the scope of everything and the fact that I think at one point, I think its data says it registers as solid, even though it's a net. Because there's scenes just from the perspective, you're like, well, from this perspective, it looks like the Enterprise could just fly through one of those rectangles, which I'm sure is just, a camera trick because you're looking from nearby the net at the Enterprise far away. Again, it's just like Balok's ship, and like you were just describing, something big, something to give scale to, what you think is already large, because we already know that the Enterprise is a huge ship, and to see something that's that much bigger than it is always exciting.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
Your number 4 is interesting, actually. It wasn't something that I considered.
Yes, Voyager destroys the caretaker ray. So I really like the explosion. The explosion looks pretty sweet by itself. But one of the reasons why this is on the list for me is, regardless of the awesome special effect of the explosion, when she blows it up, it's just like, whoa, crap, they're stuck here now. And I really like that feeling. It's just like, she did it. She actually did it. And that was cool watching it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that is cool. I understand that it's the premise of the show, but it's also kind of cool to get that sense of, this is going to actually be a thing in Star Trek. Because so many Star Trek episodes, by the end of it, everything that happens undone. And that's not just a fault of Star Trek, it's a fault of a lot of TV shows, but it's a very cartoony kind of thing that after your 30 minutes or 60 minutes is up, you just hit the reset button, and the next week you're right back where you were the week before.
Yeah. That's why Rachel got back together with that guy. All right, number 3.
All right, my number 3, my number 1 are both kind of cheater ones. It was my way to get around our specific episodes and go into something that I thought was really cool, but they happened in these episodes. So my number 3 is just the intro to Star Trek Voyager. I said it before, I just love that intro. By far my favorite Star Trek intro. The music is amazing. The graphics that they use for that are so great and so unique to every other Star Trek show. I mean, DS9, you're just panning around the space station. Next Generation, there's some planets, or later on a nebula, and then the Enterprise D kind of flies around. Same thing with the original series. You see the Enterprise swooping in and out. Voyager's going places. It's inside like a dust cloud, some unique planets. You get all these wonderful visuals all around it. Very well done. The whole thing as an effect is great to me. Really sets the tone for Voyager.
Yeah, that's good. So I also chose a Voyager thing for number 3, and I have the Badlands. I always thought it was interesting that these things would be a thing, even though I don't think they could possibly exist in reality. But regardless, I always thought the Badlands was kind of a cool concept, that these, you know, you kind of had like Oklahoma just be like, you know, in space. Like 1,000 tornadoes. It just looked like crazy orange tornadoes like all over. And that was always cool. I like that effect.
Yeah, very cool. Very, very cool.
Number 2 for you, Sean.
Okay, I guess my number 2 is a little bit of a cheater one, but the way it was done in this episode, I thought was really well done. And later on, it got ruined and spoiled in so many different ways in different series. But it's the holodeck from Encounter at Farpoint. And when Riker first steps onto the holodeck, so he's on the Enterprise D, steps through the door, and then he's in that jungle with the little stream and everything like that. Amazing. Very, very cool to just completely change atmospheres. Later on, the holodeck technology gets abused and used for every imaginable thing in the world, but this was the first time that it was used, and I think it was done really well.
Nice.
Especially the part, remember when Data throws the rock, because he's like, we're right next to the wall, and throws the rock, and it all kind of scrambles right there.
Yeah, that is a cool effect. I like that stuff. What did I choose for number 2? Oh, this is interesting. I put this up higher than on yours. I chose Balok's ship. Yeah, I mean, once again, so cool. And I like how Spock's like, it must be at least a mile in diameter. Yeah, Balok's ship is pretty sweet. It's just a giant ball. And I have to say, like, on the special, the remastered version, it looks really, they did a good job on that.
They added depth to it, which is amazing. There's it's not just like the light up, Christmas ornament, kind of the balls that are lighting up. Like, you can kind of see inside of it, like more mechanical kind of detail.
Yeah, that stuff is really cool. Man,
which probably takes me to my number 1, which again is kind of a cheater one, I thought, but it's the remastered version of the original series. So, as I've said on this show before, I've owned the original series on DVD since basically when it came out, shortly after it came out. And those are all the original, like the 60s episodes. And they were remastered for DVD, so they look a little bit better, but they're still all the original effects. So they still look like 1960s TV special effects. So watching some of these things, especially like the Corbinite maneuver, and seeing the detail and depth to these ships and effects, and like when they go through the barrier in Where No Man's Gone Before, is amazing. And I've seen some of these episodes, but I'd never seen Corbinite maneuver before, so watching that was great. And I'm really looking forward to, and I probably won't wait till we cover it, I'll probably watch it sooner, but I've heard the Doomsday Machine is really good with these updated graphics, which in my opinion sounds like it would be really great with updated graphics.
Sweet. I chose for number 1 Balok's reveal. So I just liked how they did that, because when you first see what you think is Balok, that weird kind of, and I guess I chose kind of a cheater one too, but you're like expecting to see that like weird, crazy, like gray alien, right? And then it's not. It's, the little kid. I always thought that was done pretty cool. I don't know why I like that, or why I consider that a special effect, but I do.
That's fine. I put cheater ones on there.
It's just pretty sweet to me. I love that. Woo! What's the next category we got? That was a good category.
Our top 11 best scenes.
Yes.
Which I just realized I had a top 12. I hadn't completely edited mine down yet.
You can have a top 12. You can have an honorable mention.
Well, my honorable mention, I'll just say, is the reveal of the dead bodies upside down in Fight or Flight. So when they go to the derelict Axanar ship, when they see all the bodies hanging from the ceiling, I thought, oh, hey, that's cool and different and kind of scary.
That's sweet.
So that being said, my little honorable mention. Why don't you go ahead and start with your number 11 best scene?
Number 11, Data's drunk. That guy could act, man. That guy was. I really liked that, and like to actually have to like fall over on yourself, that had to hurt, and that was just like. Yeah. But it was so funny, and it was just. It was just played so funny that I really liked it, and like and really like it's Data in that whole episode, really, because I don't really that episode obviously didn't make my number one favorite episodes, but. He was like the highlight of that episode, I think. And
Good
what's your number 11?
Mine is when Archer first meets Phlox on the Enterprise. So you see Dr. Phlox on Earth, but when you see him at the Enterprise with all the animals and his little sickbay full of creatures, and the way he acts is just great. We already said that we love Phlox, and I'm looking at our notes and realizing that I'm spelling Phlox incorrectly. But he's just a great character, and his introduction is one of my favorite things of anything that we've seen so far.
That's really cool.
Oh. So you have to talk about your number 10, because your number 10 is a number on my list, but not this list. It's a number on the next list that I have. So,
okay. So I don't know if people haven't been listening to me already for 12 weeks and haven't realized that I'm like crazy, then I don't know what to tell you. But my number 10 is the mob scene from A Man Alone, and I love that scene so much. It makes me laugh every time because of the people in the background, and it's just that part where she's like, all right, you move it out of here, and then this guy's like, you heard her, get a move on. Is this so like ridiculous to you that you like it, and that's how it somehow made your list, or like this seems so ridiculous to me. Like there's no way that it could have got put on this unless I thought it was so funny that I had to have it. Yeah, it is. It's so bad, it's funny. It really is to me. It is
something
so
similar
funny.
Happens to me in the quotes when we'll get to our quotes. But, spoiler: there's a quotes list on this episode.
What's your number 10?
My number 10 is the crew in Voyager when they're on those little thin tables after they get abducted by the caretaker with their arms like hanging down, and so it like pans like left and right from the crew almost at their level as they're sitting on those tables, so they kind of look diamond shaped. And then you see like they're getting stuck with the needles, so it shows the needles going into their abdomens, and Harry Kim wakes up and screams. And talking about high sci-fi or deep sci-fi, that is extremely science fiction to me, where they're on these very alien kind of tables. You have humans on very alien like tables being poked and prodded. Really cool. It's kind of creepy in an otherwise completely uncreepy episode to me.
Yeah, that's interesting. And look at that, we have two Odos. What's your number 9? What's your number 9?
Well, my number 9 is Odo and Quark at the bar in A Man Alone, and it's Odo's like, you're almost making an honest living, Quark, and Quark starts talking about how everyone's coming into the gamma, or coming from the Gamma Quadrant. They're right there on the frontier, almost literally. And it sets up their little kind of buddy relationship for the rest of the show. I really like the exchange that those two have, the intro.
That's interesting. That's good.
Yeah, very different from your number 9 Odo scene.
Odo captures a killer. So this had to be the best scene from A Man Alone, I thought. And I mean, minus in the whole, you heard her. But I like this scene because it shows Odo doing what Odo is. He's a constable, right? And like he's in the job. He goes about it like a real like sneaky kind of way, and I just love it. And it made the episode for me. It really did. Like if there had to be something in that ridiculous episode that made anything, it was that. So like that coupled with the mob scene, like that's it. That's all I could get from A Man Alone. But yeah, Odo captures a killer. I thought that was really cool. Ibodam was cool anyway. I thought that was kind of, I mean, that was the most interesting part. And the only unfortunate thing, and why I had to rank it like at the end of the whole episode thing, is unfortunately that's the last scene. And it happens at the very end of the episode, and it's like the coolest scene happens. But anyway. All right, number 8.
Yeah, number 8. Well, okay, so
did you change stuff around?
I here's why I changed stuff, because I realized if I hit undo, you can see my number 6 is identical to my number 9.
Oh.
And that's why I had 12, because I didn't fully edit my list out. So I didn't have an honorable mention. I had 11 with 1 repeated. So I'll take that out, and we'll just make up for it in the meantime. So that kind of changes my stuff. So why don't you go ahead and do your number 8, and then we'll catch up and be on the same page, I think, on number 7.
Okay, cool. So I kind of have to. It was hard to choose best scene with Q, but I chose when he appears. And I wrote on here, appears for the first time, but I have to describe what I mean. I liked him by the fact that every time he appeared, he was like something new. And I liked the fact that he was like a soldier, and then he was like that weird Renaissance guy. I love that stuff, that you're able to have a character that does that. And it's just, every scene in Encounter at Farpoint that's good, I think, does involve Q. Just because he's something new and something really interesting to the whole entire Star Trek universe.
Nice, yeah. It's really interesting there at the beginning when he's jumping around in those uniforms, and what I think ties it together, and this all obviously isn't one scene, but what ties it together is at the end when he's finally in the Starfleet uniform, which he stays in for the rest of his appearances throughout the shows.
Yeah. Oh, until he lost his powers in that one episode.
Right. Then he's in nothing.
That's a damn good episode too. All right, number 7. Or well, we got to do your number 8. What's your number 8?
Well, my number 8 was. See, this is how we got off. So.
Oh, okay. So yours was Odo and Quark. Okay.
Right. So my honorable mention was technically my 11, and just move the rest of them down a number. From what I just said. Yeah, that's my poor editing skills. But that's also what happens when you do. Sometimes your list editing happens on your phone, and then sometimes it happens on your computer, and you're doing it over the course of a week and a half, and you just don't pay attention.
All right. So we are at number 7.
Anyway, we are at number 7, and I'll go ahead. Number 7 is when, in Emissary, when O'Brien and the computer move DS9 to the wormhole, away from Bajor towards the wormhole, and the whole interchange with Chief O'Brien and the Cardassian computer, where the computer doesn't want him to do what he's doing, and he has to kind of fight it, manually override. I thought was very interesting and very cool for the O'Brien character. I like when O'Brien's doing stuff like that rather than arguing with Keiko.
Yeah.
Like when he's being an engineer.
That stuff is really cool. Yeah, that was really cool when he did that. Number 7. So my number 7's kind of on a micro level. I like when Carrie got beat up. Like, it's so cool that you start off an episode just bam. I mean, literally, like, in your face, and it's in Carrie's face. So I like that in Parallax, that he's all bloodied and jacked up, and like you don't even see Torres at all. Oh my god, now I'm gonna start talking Voyager. You don't even see Torres at all, and already you get a sense of her character. That's just how amazing that damn episode is. Okay, so it's true. Like, you don't even see her on camera, and you already know what she did. You already know there's gonna be consequences, and and you just imagine this fiery Klingon woman, and I love that. All right,
good.
Yeah, I love it. That. All right, number 6.
Number 6. All right, mine's kind of a quote, but also kind of a scene, and it's at the end of Naked Now when Picard says, "Oh, and also to Wesley," and Worf goes, "Did he say Wesley?" And then Dr. Crusher just pops her head and goes, "He said Wesley." And then it goes back to and maybe I'm getting the sequence out of maybe I'm getting the sequence out of sequence, if that makes sense. But Picard goes, "Well, maybe we should thank his teacher too, his science teacher." Just thought that was kind of a cutesy ending for a very campy episode, but a clever episode or a clever ending for a campy episode.
Yeah,
it kind of landed with me.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Your number 6 is also a Next Generation one.
Yes, Captain Picard tours the Enterprise. So I always liked the beginning of Encounter at Farpoint, like the zoom in and Picard like looking out from the window. But I also liked the fact that they were conscious that you needed to show the ship, and this was going to be a new ship, and you got to see like the other characters. Like engineering was completely different from anything you saw before, and so it was really cool to like see that like elevator gangwalk plank come down. That was like really cool, and just him touring the Enterprise was I love that whole beginning. I really like that.
It's really good. Actually, had I thought about that might have made this list instead of something else.
Wait.
For me.
Number 5.
Number 5. It's the first time that you ever see a Star Trek fight, Star Trek original series fight. It's Kirk and Gary Mitchell fighting at the end of Where No Man Has Gone Before. It's just stupid, campy 1960s Star Trek fight action where there's weird kicks and weird punches and people falling down and rolling around, shirts ripping. It's great. It's just a wonderful little romp, and it happens throughout the show. But it's entertaining every time it happens.
Yeah, and I like that scene too because it was like that was the moment where they were friends, and it's like oh crap went down. Crazy ESPYs, man, crazy ESPYs.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, your number 5 is one that I actually don't like.
Really? I'm more interested in hearing why you don't like it than why I like it. It's Paris and Janeway meet for the first time when they're like that in that weird penal colony on the lakeshore kind of thing. But why don't you like it?
We talked a little bit about this when we talked about Caretaker, but it just. I didn't like the way it was acted on Paris's part, on Robert Duncan McNeil's part. Janeway's okay. Kate Mulgrew is all right, but for some reason, I don't know if it was written weird to me, or if it was acted weird, or it was a combination of both. But I think I said this about this scene when we were talking about it. Is I got the impression that I was watching a syndicated show in the 90s at that point, just because of his behavior. And I don't know quite. I know I'm being abstract about it, and I can't really point to anything. It's just kind of his mannerisms about, like, oh well, my father. If you served with my father, then you must be great. And I spent all my money on my bar tab, or anybody that would want to hire me that would pay my bar tab, I was there. It feels kind of. Like almost cliched to me, the Tom Paris character in that scene, and it's the only scene in even that episode where I feel like that. But that scene it's kind of a weird opening for me. As much as like Caretaker's all right, but the beginning of it actually is really shaky for me too. The whole like little intro is a little off for me. Granted, it quickly turns tide and gets really good at the beginning, but. Yeah, for some reason I don't really like that episode. It's not going on my it's not like a least favorite thing of mine. It just wasn't something I really liked.
Well, I like it for the exact opposite reason of everything you just listed. I thought it was perfect introduction for him, and just right, like just exactly how I'd imagine Paris would be, and that there's this history to him that you're not really quite sure about, but also interested in the reasons why Janeway might want to forgive him for that. It's just a really cool scene. So everything opposite of Shaun said is why it's number 5. So, oh, really? I just read Shaun's 4 and got sad. All right, number 4.
Oh, okay, so you disagree with my number 4. So this is when Janeway reprimands Chakotay in her ready room in Parallax, and it's right after Chakotay calls upon B'Elanna Torres in engineering, after they've had their whole little who's going to be chief engineer, is it going to be Carrier, is it going to be Torres?
Yeah, why isn't that number 1?
Why isn't that? You're mad at me that it's not higher up?
Yes.
It's number 4. That's pretty high to me.
Okay, sorry, go on.
I think that's giving it props. These are all things that I like. But no, that scene's great. I really like it. There are just other scenes that I like more that we've talked about before. But no, I think it's really great. I think Janeway works really well in that scene, showing her whole. Janeway's always good. I really like Janeway. I always have. She's Kate Mulgrew is just good in every scene. I think she to me is really very much like a Captain Kirk. In the sense that when she's on screen, I want to hear her talk and I want to see her act, much in the same vein that when Kirk is on screen, I want to see William Shatner act. I want to hear the character talk. They're really they draw my attention in similar ways. Very different characters and very different actors, but they hold my attention in similar ways. And this is one of those times where you get to see Chakotay. I think season 1 and 2 of Chakotay is really well done, and I know he kind of gets a back seat a little bit later, and that's unfortunate because outside of that stupid boxing episode in season 2, I think Chakotay is a really good character in the first couple seasons, and this is the first real proof of that. Yeah,
definitely a good scene. Yeah,
no.
Janeway's great. You know when else Janeway's great? When she's meeting Paris for the first time.
I said Janeway was great. Everything bad I had to say was about Paris.
Damn you, Robert! You failed us. All right, where are we? 4. Oh, look at that! Chris chose this again. Baylock is revealed. I don't know why I love it so much. I love it. It's cute. I mean, he's a little kid, and it's just like, look at him pretending. And you know what else? What I should have added? I should just added like the whole Baylock thing in general, because I like it. He's like, take a tour of my ship. Have a drink of this crazy drink. Do you like it? Some people don't. It's just like, man, it's so awesome. And then he's just like, I'm an explorer just like you. And then the guy that the whole time that you're just like, oh my God, is he going to be okay? That he's having a conniption fit throughout the whole episode. He's like, I'm going to stay with this guy and explore the universe. And it's just like, yes, this is Star Trek. And I love it. So anyway, yes. Baylock. All right, number 3. Thank you.
Number 3, the end of the cage, the reveal of the real Vesper.
Nice.
So at the very end, when they show that she's mangled and damaged and a little bit older, this entire episode, you've seen this beautiful blonde lady, and then the television show, well, this was one big mind trick as well. Here's how we put this individual back together, and this is what she looks like, and this is why she can't go back out there with you guys and doesn't want to be out there with you. She'd rather live this life where she's whole and young and vibrant and youthful. And this is one of those things that happens in 65 or 64, whenever this was filmed, that really cool, just unique, great, wonderful, just really well done to me.
Yeah, that's a good choice. I that's a unique one. I never even thought about that.
No. Yeah, but your number 3 is also from the cage.
Yes, it's Dr. Boyce. And here, have this drink. I'm going to pull out my medicine. That scene, to me, is the best scene in the cage. It's like the two have been friends forever, and Dr. Boyce is the one that can give him his tough medicine, figuratively and literally. And Pike needs it. And it's just, I love that scene so much. And it's the second scene in all Star Trek. And starts in a weird way too, because that has that weird the couple coming back from from the holodeck we never see. But
Yeah.
I love that scene. Yeah, it's my favorite in that episode.
Yeah, it's really good. This might have been, there were a couple categories that we have here that I kind of, there were too many episodes to where I was going to get like over. I felt like I would just pick like all original series. So this was definitely one of the lists where I said I was going to pick one scene from every episode and then rank them accordingly. Because if I didn't, everything would have been like the Cage and Corbinite maneuver.
Yeah.
So,
I'm glad I didn't go that
that's,
way. Everything would have been parallax.
Yeah. No, that's a really good choice. Dr. Boyce, like that one is really good, I think.
Sweet. Oh, this is interesting because I complained about this when we reviewed it. But what's your number 2?
My number 2. This is gonna be like my number, or your number 5. Your Janeway and Tom Paris, but mine is Data and McCoy in Encounter at Farpoint. So I already talked about McCoy's wonderful makeup that they did. I like the talk. I like that they're slowly moving. I like the kind of parallel that they have of Data and a Vulcan, and so it plays on that. I don't want to call it racism, but that antagonism of McCoy against other species, and I really like it. I think it's a wonderful way, as we were saying when we were doing all the pilots, a wonderful way to pass the torch from the original series to the next generation, and it's in that sense of that passing the torch sense, it is my favorite scene. Just because it plays off of the original series so well. But so you're not a big fan of that, though, right?
No, I don't like it for the same reason you don't like the Paris. He was just ridiculous. I thought McCoy was just too, hey, gosh, Chucky, gosh darn, yeah. It's like, God, man, did you forget how to play that character or what? It just seemed really pushing it. And then,
like they were trying to make caricature of himself.
Yeah, and the whole thing, like, this is, some great sage, and you send Data, to go meet him. Like, that's like sending, that's like meeting Eric Holder, and you is like, yeah, I got to meet somebody that met the president. And you're like, well, wouldn't you have liked to meet the president? Like, really? Like, wouldn't the Picard would have been a little better? But anyway, that's, yeah. I did not like that scene too much.
I like your analogy so much. Well, I was on Air Force One, but Brock didn't come and see me. Eric Holder came and saw me.
Right?
Really?
It's like meeting the pilot of Air Force One. Dang it. Oh, my goodness. All right. Number 2. I have to say, this, had I not, if I didn't like Voyager as much as I like Voyager, this would probably be my number 1. It's where he utilizes chess in the real world on the big where it matters, the big stage. And my second favorite scene is where Kirk implements the Carbonite maneuver. And it's a bluff. There is no Carbonite maneuver, but he's like, we have this, crazy thing that can deflect any weapon back at you. It's so crazy that it works. And it does that. I love that a lot. I love that scene. And what's yours?
Number 1 is also from the Corbinite maneuver. And it's the beginning part with Kirk's physical. So this is your introduction to Dr. McCoy. Kirk's using that weird upside down, let's move our legs machine. And then they get the red alert, and Kirk and McCoy kind of yell at each other a little bit. And McCoy, that's the first of like, what am I, a doctor or a bricklayer, or whatever he says. He doesn't say bricklayer. That's from the Devil in the Dark episode with the Horta. This one is Moon Shuttle Conductor, that whole trope that happens throughout rest of Star Trek that wasn't a trope yet, because how could it have been? It didn't exist. But it's really cool. I just like the interplay of Dr. McCoy and Kirk from the very beginning, and was a really cool intro to that show. I think really set the characters,
Yeah.
the playfulness of the character.
Yeah, DeForest Kelly forgot how to do that in PowerPoint. So my first is, of course, from Parallax, and it's the Prelude. I really, really like the way that Roxanne Dawson acted, and I mean, I love Robert Beltran with her, and that whole scene sets up so many things that I've already talked about as far as, dynamics on the bridge and the whole concept of the crew being not, so cushy with the idea of being with Maquis and Federation. And it sets up the ending, of course, that, they are going to get together. So I love that. I love that scene. Absolutely my favorite. Out of these episodes, yeah.
Really cool, yeah. That's actually... I never really thought of that either. You had some good ones on that list that I didn't really consider.
Thanks. You did too. Never thought about
also some disagreement in that one too.
Oh, they're bound to happen. Okay, what's the next category?
Oh, what's the next category? This one's going to be fun. It is our worst scenes, our least favorite scenes.
My number 11 off the top is just crazy. Oh my god. Okay, the worst scene is not a worst scene for me. It's any scene. This is quoting. Any scene revolving around the fact that T'Pol is Vulcan. Why is that an issue? Why? Damn it. Damn that show.
Yeah, the ethnocentrism and racism that they try to make apparent in those first two episodes is really rough. Like I'm absolutely on board with that being just bad.
Oh, it's not good. What? You chose this as a worst scene?
Well, now think about it. Like, and if I remember right, you didn't like this scene. So my number 11 is Kes and the Doctor from Parallax. When Kes goes in to get her dirt from the Doctor, because that's what she's put in charge of for that episode is growing plants. So she needs dirt, which is apparently in sick bay. I don't know why the Doctor has his own dirt. What that's doing, but the whole conversation of and maybe this wasn't the worst scene or one of the worst scenes that we've seen, but it did not meld well in the episode to me, and then because of that really stuck out to me. And it's the Doctor complaining about people don't shut him off, and then he thinks she's trying to think about like, oh, maybe you should name yourself, and the Doctor talks about how he's really sensitive, and he does seem really sensitive, which is, I think, kind of not congruous with the beginning part of that episode where you see his bedside manner as being so just bad, just not kind and not empathetic to humans, just really like, I'm a doctor, this is my duty, let me do my duty, just stop squirming around, stop doing whatever you're doing. And then you go two scenes later with Kes, who I know we don't like Kes that much, and trying to have this kind of heart to heart with him. And again, I think it made this list because it stuck out of that episode so well, so vibrant to me.
Well, I have to say, I have a Voyager scene on here.
Yeah.
Number 10. Number 10 for me is kind of interesting. I didn't like the introduction of the Kazon. I don't think I like the Kazon at all, actually. And it's the weird Jamaican hair is what it is. Like, they were trying to go for that, like, ethno kind of thing, and it was like, it was pushed too much.
Yeah, I could see. I'm not a big fan of the Kazon, although I just watched Basics, and I kind of liked it. I kind of liked the Kazon in that episode.
You said one of the funniest things ever to me when I think it was last week when we were doing Enterprise, and it was when Archer's like, oh, we have a friend today, and then you said, yeah, it's how funny it is, like in Caretaker, where they're like, "You made an enemy today."
Yeah.
I love that. Okay, what's your number 10 worst scene?
Oh, this comes from Where No Man's Gone Before, and it's when Scotty is fixing the bridge, and he drops the console into the he drops the computer panel into the console. And we've talked about this before. It's just ridiculous. They just drop a piece of plastic into another piece of plastic, and then you get
it fits like a glove, Captain.
I'm going down. It just that quote's really funny, but like that scene's just like that. Really, that's how this advanced huge ship works. Is just through a little few plugs that you just drop one giant console into another giant or bigger console.
Slapstick.
Didn't like it. Yeah. All right. Well, number 9. Number 9 is another Voyager one for you.
Yeah, I know. Did I even like Voyager? I don't like Cass. I don't like the kitty cat kind of thing, because it was at first like I thought she was introduced in kind of an interesting way, because you weren't really sure what to think of her in terms of relationship with Torres and Kim. And I thought there could have been done more there as far as her character. But I think the reason why I have Kes on here has less to do actually with, the whole introduction thing and the whole pushing of, like, why Neelix was looking for her. Why Neelix was interested. And that I thought was, like, so stupid.
Yeah, no, I agree. I could see that. That could have been on my list.
Oh, right. What do you got? What do you got?
Well, my number 9.
Oh, number 9. Look at that.
Yeah, I'm still on 9. My number 9 is when Riker and Troy and I think Geordi and Yar and Data, more than half the Enterprise D crew go underneath Farpoint. And they're in those tunnels down there, and Troy is crying, and she doesn't know why. And then they hear the bombing from the alien ship above, and for this whole giant grandiose episode that we see Q and see all this awesome stuff, and they're finally peeling away the layers to get to this mystery, and you're starting to get to this first part, and it's just boring. Boring. Want to go to sleep. I don't care. I don't like Deanna Troy crying. I don't like Riker the way he's talking to her. Just like, well, you're going to have to open up your mind. Data, I think, is also being ridiculous in that point. It's just rough. I think it could have been a little bit more exciting. I think.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I didn't even think about that. It was definitely like the bombing of Britain there. It was the Battle of Britain from Star Trek Land.
Yeah.
All right, number 8. Oh my God, I did not like this.
I like your number 8. I agree with you. I like that you picked it for your number 8.
Oh, it should be higher. I did not like the detox scene because it was like Shaun was describing it when we reviewed the episode, like sexy feely kind of like weird. Oh, like why did they need that? And repeatedly. That's like not the first time they use it. It happens other times. It's like, oh God, more of this detox crap. And the concept is stupid anyway. I would have been happier if they just would have had patterned buffers on the transporters. And I would have been like, that's kind of
yeah, they already had that technology. Yeah.
Yeah. I swear Dr. Phlox is just on the other side of the wall peeping in there, like, doing his weird thing. Probably eating and talking at the same time as he's watching that. What's your number 8?
Totally agree. My number 8 is from The Naked Now when Wesley's sassing Picard, which I guess is probably multiple scenes, but at one point he goes, aye, skipper, or something like that. And like, Wesley, you're a smart kid. You're supposed to be a smart kid. Even when you're drunk, you probably would know better than that. Plus, the way you're talking is just ridiculous. Even a drunk kid probably wouldn't talk like that, especially in the future. Come on.
I hate that. Next time I'm drunk, I'm going to have to remember that when the bartender says, you're cut off. Aye, skipper. All right, my number 8. What do I got? Oh, I had that in number 8. Now we're doing number 7. I'm on number 7.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes,
Cisco meets Picard. I did not like this scene, and I don't like it because of the way that he treats Picard. I know where they're coming from. I said that in the episode too. I know what they were trying to do. Like, his wife died at the hands of Locutus and all that, but it just felt so terrible that had to happen between those two captains. Like, when Picard sees Janeway in Nemesis, it's just kind of like, oh, hey, like an old longtime friend. And I guess that's what I want out of captains. Like, you could imagine like Captain Picard getting a drink with Kirk, like that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And then now when you have Cisco, though, it's just like it has to DS9 it up. DS9 for me is going to become a verb. It had to DS9 it, and it just, God, man, that show. All right, what's your number 7?
I'm on board with your number 7. My number 7 is the end of Corbinite when they go behind Balok's ship when he's like, "Let me show you your ship. Let me show you my ship," and then they go behind the set, and that's
yeah.
I know there's a budget, but they could have just like walked off the set or something like that, not behind the curtain. Yeah.
They literally have the curtains there. It's like they filmed it on a high school stage.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's rough.
Oh.
All right. So number 6.
Yes, the wormhole. But not the wormhole like Shaun was talking. Like, I hate the prophets. I don't like the prophets.
Oh.
Yeah,
you're I think your number 6 and my number 5 are the same thing, actually.
Oh yeah, stuck in the yeah, that's the same thing.
No.
Yep.
Really briefly, my number 6 is when Torres and Kim wake up in what looks like a post-op room, and she keeps calling him Starfleet and throws her little tantrum, and then they're friends 2 seconds later. The Caretaker, that when they're kind of on the planet, and Caretaker just doesn't do it for me. I don't like that. And that scene just, I didn't like the way those two characters were introduced to each other. I didn't think it worked very well.
Yeah, I buy that.
No.
So let's talk about number 5. Since I did my number 6, and your number 5 is the same.
Yeah. Yeah, my number 5 is being stuck in the wormhole with the prophets. Blah. Thumbs down.
Yeah, they had to DS9 that up. All right, so my number 5 is Dr. and I wrote this in quotes here, Dr. Crushing coming on to Picard. She was crushing onto him, She was, that whole thing was, everyone's drunk, and she was, or just her in general in Naked Now, where she was like trying to be like the sober one to come up with the solution. Number 4. What's your number 4?
My number 4 is the Hoshi releasing the slug into the wild. Just no, don't. It's a slug. It doesn't need to be released. Especially on a weird planet, they don't know what's going to survive or what it's going to do to that ecosystem. Just stop. It's a metaphor. We get it. Hoshi's going to be on the Enterprise. She feels free. Stop the metaphor of the stupid slug.
Yeah, I agree with that one. That one's a good one. I didn't have that one. Number 3. We have number 4. We're still. Man, yeah. I'm just, God, I haven't even had any peppermint schnapps yet. All right, number 4. Asteroid coming towards the Enterprise. Oh my God, this scene is so long. Like, it's like the asteroid. Why cannot? The whole thing of like, well, they're dead in the water, and they just have this asteroid coming at them. This one. Well, it's a piece of the star, right? I think it's a piece of the star. Which, when you imagine a star exploding, like, you just imagine you're just screwed. It's just ridiculous. I hate that whole thing. And my number 3 is kind of tied into that anyway. But yeah, I don't like that. I wrote asteroid. Right. It's part of a star.
Right. Go ahead. Go into your number 3, because your number 3 is kind of like my number 8.
Yeah, it's Wesley in engineering. I don't like Wesley in that episode. I think he's just. That is the most annoying as Wesley episode to me. That is.
Aye, Skipper.
Aye. You're cut off.
I'm on board with that.
What's your number 3?
My number 3 somehow made it into your best.
Oh, I'm sad about that.
Here's how I wrote it. I wrote it the made for syndication mob, which the mob on this giant space station is just so tiny, and like the voiceovers are so weird and so crappy, and it's from A Man Alone if you haven't gotten what we're talking about yet. But the mob that's going to go hang Odo or whatever they're going to do is just so puny and so just not mobbish that I feel like Odo could have just taken them all by himself and unthreatening and ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's kind of.
I think at one point somebody says something like they accuse him, and then like the guy in the background's like, "Yeah, we want answers." I'm gonna have to go through and get like every single quote out of that because it's so funny to me. Yeah, we want answers.
The background's ridiculous.
It looks like my funeral in the future, man. Just wait for this person to show up. Yeah, he's dead. We know it. All right, number 2. Oh, here's another Voyager. Did I even like that show? So I got the introduction of Space Hobo. The introduction of Neelix. I don't think I'm a Neelix fan, just in general. We talked about how wasted character. I mean, gosh, and that guy is such a talented actor, but
yeah, poor Ethan Phillips.
got shafted with that character. Yeah, I did not like Neelix. His introduction, I don't like him in that episode. I don't know if there's a good. There's a good Neelix episode. We'll get to some good ones. I like when he finds out there's no afterlife. That's a really good episode. But yeah, this is not good.
The Haunting of Deck 15? Do we need to talk about that?
No, we will not talk about the redonkularity of Haunting of Deck 15.
Oh, okay.
What is your oh, this is good. What is your number 2?
Yeah, my number 2 went back to the cage. It's this.
The
Yep, that's it. Why does Spock have to yell? Why does he have to yell like this? That quote is in my brain, just burned in there. I love it and I hate it. The quote by itself is hilarious. The idea of that scene is ridiculous. I can't say very much more beyond that.
So my number 1 here, I think for this episode of Caretaker, they could have chosen. I could have chosen anything, really. They could have chosen anything I would have been fine with, except for freaking Hicktown, Kentucky crazy farm banjo craziness. I don't know why they had that, and I have a clip as well that pretty much summarizes what I think of this.
What's in the barn?
Oh, nothing but a big old pile of hay. Hey, come on.
Come on, nothing but a big old pile of hay. Oh, don't like it. Don't like it at all. What is your number 1? This is an interesting one.
Well, this one is also kind of a cheater one, like I did in the last list. This one is the Enterprise opening, and mostly, well, you know what? It's the opening and the theme song. It's both of them combined together. I don't like the Enterprise opening, and I hate the theme song. I'm in that camp of hate the Enterprise theme song. I don't have faith of the heart.
It's been a long road.
That does not make me want to watch it. It really doesn't. It makes me want to watch something else every time that scene comes on.
Yes, very good choice. I agree on that one. I agree on that one. You redeemed yourself from the Cast and the Doctor.
All right.
So, top 11 soundtracks. This is kind of an interesting thing. So, what's your number 11?
So, we're kind of... Well, we're all over the place on this. My number 11 is The Naked Now. I talked a little bit earlier about this, that weird kind of 80s synth, next-gen music early on. Just, bleh. It's weird to me. I don't like it. It sounds dated.
Yes. My number 11 is Broken Bow, for obvious reasons. Broken Bow? Broken Bow.
Broken Bow.
Yeah.
Like an arrow. Yeah.
Yes. It's been a long road.
Well, okay. So when I get to Broken Bow, I'm giving it the idea of the soundtrack minus the intro. Otherwise, mine would have been 11 as well.
Oh, see, I guess I just count that as the whole soundtrack.
After me just going after that stupid intro, like I probably should have too, but I didn't. So number 10, going on a theme, Encounter at Farpoint. Don't like the music. A little weird to me.
Yes,
it's kind of all over the place. Yeah.
TNG was very 80s just in general, like feel of the sets and everything. My number 10 is A Man Alone. It was one of those where it didn't like really have a soundtrack. It was just kind of like program music.
I could see that. Yeah, mine's pretty low on the list too. Low as in bad on the list.
Yeah.
We share number 9, Fight or Flight.
Ugh.
Yeah, nothing going on there. Just too much. Yeah. My number 8 is A Man Alone. For basically the same reason. Just there's not really a whole lot. I don't like the DS9 music in general. This was no real exception.
Yeah, same here. Number 8's Encounter at Farpoint. Same reason. 80s. No good. Synth. It's a synthesizer that kills that.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't like my number 7. It's Parallax. But Parallax isn't very much higher on your list, by the way. So
that's true.
There's nothing too exciting. I feel like probably the second episodes they wanted to draw back the budget, and probably one of the easiest things was to cut was the score, or who wrote the score, so they kind of got like a lower key kind of music writing.
Yeah. Lower key. We're talking like C there, right?
You
get it?
I got it.
I know. These corny one-liners. All right. What do we got here? Are we on number 7 still? I'm on Emissary.
Well, I did my number 7.
Oh, yeah, my number 7, Emissary. Yeah, I just don't like that music. It's not very exciting. Like when they're going, like the Wormhole Majestic kind of music. That's kind of cool. Like it's, kind of upbeat, exploratory music, but no, not anything else.
We'll talk about Emissary. It's up there on my list. So.
Yeah, I know. I see that. I wonder why. Is it that beginning with the Borg and all that, or just
when we get there? No.
All right. Number 6. What's your number 6?
Again, this is without the actual intro. Is Broken Bow. I think the action sequences are pretty well done as far as the music in Broken Bow. I kind of liked it. Again, take out that terrible theme song, because if you add that theme song in, this goes straight to 11. But right now, it's without that, I would put it at 6.
Yeah.
Your number 6 is interesting to me. It's a lot higher up than mine.
Thinking now, I liked it because remember when I played that clip of the Predator theme song?
That's right.
Yeah, it had like that weird kind of mystery horror kind of thing going on, because it is kind of horrible what's going on with the whole crew, and I really like that. I thought that music, in fact, that should have been higher on my list. I did like that soundtrack.
I kind of, me and you have talked about this not on the podcast, but the kind of 80s sci-fi music is always kind of weird to me. It's always kind of drone-ish and daunting, and like I know we were talking about the Terminator theme a couple weeks ago via text, and just like I don't put Predator into that same category, but I kind of do, where it's just like I don't really remember it that well. Nothing stuck out to me so well. Nothing was the theme from RoboCop, so I just didn't pay attention.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree on all of them. Yeah, we text over the Terminator music. Everybody,
there's some. Go look up the theme to the original Terminator and read about the meter that it's in, because it's crazy and there's weird theories about it, and it's almost a conspiracy. It's weird, and as a music major, it is weird. It's not in a normal meter for no good reason.
Yeah, that guy's pretty cool that he did that.
And by the way, I disagree with both those things that I sent to you. Just
oh, that information I went about a handful months ago.
What are we talking about? We're talking about Star Trek?
Yeah, so what do we have? We have number...
what happened?
We have number 5.
Sorry, I had to argue with the Terminator theme there. So number 5, The Cage. I wasn't... I mean, the music wasn't quite there yet to me. There's no great theme. It's nothing crazy is happening with the music. It's just kind of there to me for The Cage.
Wow, that's a shame.
It could have been lower.
Oh yeah, it could have been 11. That's true. That's very true. Number 5, I had to put Parallax because it was just there for me. Like you say, it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I love it, but there was no standout part, unfortunately.
None of this, by the way, none of this music is terrible. Take out the theme to Enterprise. None of this music is terrible to me. Even Naked Now and Encounter at Farpoint, as wonky as I think they are, like they're still kind of decent. None of this is poorly written. None of this is poorly orchestrated. None of it's poorly recorded or inappropriate for the show that it's in, I think.
Yes. It's weird how our numbers are kind of close, though.
Yeah.
They're close. What do we have? We have number 4.
Number 4. Your number 4 is interesting to me because your number 4 is a little bit different on my list.
Yeah, I like the drums and stuff like that they have in the beginning, and it's just real militaristic, and I kind of like that. A lot.
I do too. Yeah, me too.
And it seems kind of atypical for Voyager, but yeah, I like that kind of stuff.
Right.
What do you got for number 4?
Where No Man Has Gone Before. It's decent. It's there. It does set the tone for that Star Trek 60s music. So pretty well done. That's why it's fairly high on my list. It's not. It's like Spock. It's a little bit off in this episode, but it'll soon be there immediately.
Yeah, good analogy.
No, thanks.
Oh,
so
number 3. What do we have for number 3? You have. I have. Say what?
Yeah. Oh, I was going to say, why don't you continue? Because your number 3 is my number 4. So
yeah, my number 3 is Where No Man Has Gone Before. Yeah, it's nice. I mean, it's good that they were doing that stuff in the 60s. I think what they were able to do.
Yeah. So number 3
yes.
is Emissary for me. I think the best part of DS9 was the music in the beginning. At least Emissary, the best part of it was the music. I think, and you know what had done it for me, and part of the reason why this is so high on my list is there was a scene that I played when we were listening to Emissary, and it's the exterior shot of Deep Space Nine, and it's when Sisko is on the observation lounge with Picard in the Enterprise D, and it pans out to the Enterprise D hanging out on one of the pylons, and it pans down from the Enterprise D to Deep Space Nine, and it plays a hint of the original series, and then that Jerry Goldsmith Next Generation theme, and then fades into the DS9 theme as it swells into a commercial break. And that alone right there just made me go, yeah, I really like that. That was great. That now that I'm talking about it, I almost wish that just that alone almost would have made this number 1.
Wow. Yeah, it didn't sound
really
that
like
much
it.
to me.
I should have replayed a little bit of that clip, but I didn't.
Yeah, no, I wish you would have. I want to hear the same things you hear. What do I have for number 3? Are we still on number 3? I think we're on number 2.
We're on number 2.
Oh, I love the Cage. It wasn't so meh for me as it was for you. I really liked what they were trying to do with it. I mean, once again, and I think that's why it's high up on my list, is just it wasn't like, for me, I'm glad that you had said that like none of these are like bad, because for me the original series never sounded so campy. It was like Lost in Space or anything like that. It was never like, oh, this is like, I can't listen to this. But you go pick out like a soundtrack that has the original series theme music on there and stuff, and episodic music, and it's like you can just listen to that. It's really good.
Yeah. No, I could see that. My number 2 actually goes into the original series, and this is where I was getting at before, and it's the Corbinite Maneuver, and this is where I think the music really, just like Kirk, or the rest of the characters, kind of hit their stride. Everything fell into place really easily, I felt like, in that show with that episode. And the Corbinite Maneuver is, I mean, you're going to talk more about the Corbinite Maneuver coming up here in a minute. Spoilers for your number 1, by the way.
Yeah, that's my number 1. In fact, I'm just going to play it because it's kind of a long clip. But I mean, I chose it for number 1 for all the reasons Shaun said, and for the reason that I'm just going to play, because I really think they were doing some serious stuff with music that was good. And I like this scene, and in general, because they have the cube chasing them. But in the music, the music just keeps swelling and swelling. That I love it, so I'm going to play it.
It's coming at light speed. Collision course.
Evasive maneuvers, Mr. Sulu.
Object changing direction too, sir. Keeps coming at us.
I'm getting no signal from it, sir.
Still collision course. Deflectors aren't stopping. Sound alarm. It's slowing down, Mr. Spock.
Countermeasure alarm. All engines full stop.
Visual contact.
Ahead slow. Steer a course around it, Mr. Sulu.
It's blocking the way.
Quite unnecessary to raise your voice, Mr. Bivens. All engines stop. Sound the alert.
Bridge to all decks.
Yeah, so I really like. It's almost like the music comes out of nowhere, because when I first play the scene, it's just like there's no soundtrack at all, and then it just builds and builds and builds, and then like I really like at the end, you have all that release of energy where they're not able to outmaneuver it, and you just hear like the timpani. It's just like, it's so good. God, I love that.
Yeah. Oh no, you're absolutely right. It's great. Like, that probably should have been my number 1. And Fred Steiner, who's the guy that composed that, is amazing. And those great like French horn, like wow, swell kind of things. So it's not just French horns. It's a lot of the brass, but like that guy was amazing. And I don't know if you know this, and I don't know how true this is, but Fred Steiner is the guy who wrote or composed the music rather to the Corbinite Maneuver. Mm-hmm. He apparently worked on some of the music with John Williams to Return of the Jedi.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a rumor. I don't know how true it is. I've never done any real research into it.
I wonder if he had a hand then in the, in the dun 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 whoop 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 the
forest.
Yeah,
theme,
I could totally hear
I know
that. I could so hear that now.
No.
All right, so it's your number 1.
No. My number one is Caretaker. We were talking about the timpanis and the big bangy drums at the very top of the episode. And then you go, and as much as I was taking out the Enterprise theme song, I'm putting the Voyager theme song into this one because I love it so much. I think it was really well done. I think that the action music is where it needs to be. And even... I might have talked about it on our episode of Caretaker when they first get attacked and thrown in the Delta Quadrant and they bring upon the Doctor. Like the music that's surrounding the whole first scene with the Doctor is really unique for what's going on in the scene. It's kind of jovial, kind of joking for as serious as it is when they're in red alert and people are dying around them literally, and the intro to the Doctor, the music plays with him, kind of. It's very unique, very well done. And I think Jay Chataway was the one that did that one. And he did a lot of Star Trek.
Wow, that's good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right, moving on.
We like music.
Yes. Music is good. Good for the soul. So, the next category that we have is top 11 actors and actresses. What's your number? This is an interesting list, I think. Did you go... I'm looking over your list real quick. Yeah, you went the same way I did. So, this does not include, every episode. And I think it's important to kind of point out that, I think everybody did a really, really, really good job. But when I made this list, I don't know how you thought, and I'm curious on how you thought. I wanted to pick out actors and actresses that made or broke the episode for me.
Yeah, no, me too, and that's why mine, like your list, as we're looking at each other's lists here. So we can see each other's list, but I don't know how much attention you paid to mine before tonight, and I kind of scrolled through yours, but never really thought about it too much. Had I thought about it, I would have had some of your best scenes probably in mine as well, but I didn't want to do that because I didn't want you to influence me. And thinking, going, oh yeah. I wanted this to be a little bit more of a discussion. So, but I'm like you. So, I mean, obviously, William Shatner is on my list, but William Shatner in a particular episode, not William Shatner from, we only have 2 episodes, but or it's Picard from this episode, not this episode. And just going into it, for example, the best way to describe what we're talking about is just with an example, I think. And my number 11 is Brent Spiner from Naked Now. And as Data was all right in Encounter at Farpoint, but Data drunk and jovial and being everything that he was in Naked Now, so much better. And like you said, there's nothing that Brent Spiner can't do. And I wish that he were in more things because he deserves to be in more things because he is a good actor.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Did you ever listen to the War of the Worlds production that they did?
Yeah, you gave it to me actually with the Next Generation cast, or at least some of them. I know, Dr. What's her name? Gates McFadden's there, and Data's there.
Yeah, Dwight Schultz, and yeah.
I
mean, just amazing.
You gave that to me.
See, I don't even remember. I'm just so much going on in my life. Too much Trek.
It's okay. It was years and years ago. I would have forgot about it, honestly. You might not have even given it to me. It might have been when we lived together and you had it. Is how I heard it.
Yeah. No. Well, my number 11 is no, and this is no means to say that he's boo. My number 11 is John Delancey. I mean, just a fantastic. Every second that he was on screen was pretty good. He was really good.
I agree. He's on my list too.
Number 10 for you.
Number 10, Leonard Nimoy in the Corbomite Maneuver. Like Spock in that. I like his whole... He's really good in Where No Man Has Gone Before, but I think he's a little bit better in Corbomite. And he just... the way he's analyzing or the way Spock is analytical in that episode is great. Just, I really like it.
That's really cool.
Chess idea, great.
Well, my number 10's kind of interesting when compared to your higher list numbers. Patrick Stewart as Jean-Luc Picard in Encounter at Farpoint. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all. Yeah, once again, really like them two, John Delancey and Patrick Stewart. They made and broke that episode. They made it. Without them, I don't think that, let alone the show, I don't think that episode would have worked.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I've got the same exact person and episode on my list, just a little bit higher.
Sweet. What's your number 9?
My number 9 is Robert Beltran from Parallax, and a lot of it has to do with that scene that we were talking about with Janeway in the ready room, where he's sticking up for the Maquis. The beginning part of him in, not him in sickbay, but him in the corridors talking to the Maquis and talking to Tuvok about how Tuvok wants to throw Torres in the brig, and then Seska and the other Maquis guy are like, "We're down for a mutiny if you are." And he's just like, "No." And then he goes to talks to B'Elanna. Really well done. I had kind of a sour feeling about Chakotay in my head when I went back to Voyager, and then rewatching some of these early episodes as I have, I really like him now. He's actually one of my favorite characters. That might change as I go through the show again, but for now, the first couple seasons, really big Chakotay fan.
Chris approves. My number.
Oh, I like your number 9.
Yeah, kind of an interesting one. I have Clint Howard as Baylock in the Carbon Maneuver. I mean, the dude was just a little kid, but so perfect for that role. It needed to be that. It needed to be a little kid because it just called for it. And yeah, I love him so much.
He's creepy enough to look like an alien. Agreed.
Yeah, he is. Number 8. What do you have for number 8?
Rene Auberjonois in A Man Alone. I like the way Odo was portrayed in A Man Alone. I do like that that episode could have done so much more, but what it did do, with him, it did right, and I really like him. I like him in MASH as Father Mulcahy as Dago Red. Yeah. Rather, I don't think he's even called Father Mulcahy in the movie, just Dago Red. But he's great. He's great in MASH. But we don't need to talk about MASH in every single episode. He was great in A Man Alone. I really liked the way he was. He portrayed that.
I was like, my number 8 is the exact same as yours.
No.
Yeah. So, what do you have for number 7? Oh, I like this one.
Oh, I've got Kate Mulgrew, Captain Janeway, Parallax, because Captain Janeway is really good, and I don't think I've said anything bad about Janeway this entire podcast. I really like her. The reason that she's number 7 is that she got beat out by some tough competition. I really loved her performance in Parallax. I love her yelling at Chakotay. I love her skeptical about B'Elanna. I like her getting along with B'Elanna, and I like her just kind of science-y, captain-y there from the beginning. Really well done.
Yes, she is well done. My number 7 is Avery Brooks in Emissary as Benjamin Sisko. Yeah, I mean, I think he did a pretty good job given what he was given. And I don't really think of that script. I think DS9 failed from a lot of things, but I don't think it failed from bad acting. I will say that. I mean, that's why I have Odo down right before it, and I have Sisko right after that. I mean, I don't think it was bad acting for me that brings down DS9. And
right, and
yeah.
Well, I was going to say, just moving up my list, number 6 is Avery Brooks from Emissary for the same exact reason. Like, I think he does wonderful with the character that he's given, and he himself does a really good job. And I remember, I think another reference to me and you texting each other when I was watching this episode, when I was rewatching Emissary, I sent you a text like probably partway through while I was watching it, and it was FDS9. Only I used adult language. and not suitable for podcast language. And you just text back like, "LOL, I hate this whole episode too." And I was like, "The only thing I like is Avery Brooks."
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. So your number 6 is a little bit too low on the list for me, but go ahead.
This is interesting. It's interesting that I put him after all these people. It's William Shatner as Captain Kirk in the Carbonite Maneuver. Just fantastic actor. Just so great. So great in that episode. I love him a lot.
Yeah. Really well done. I agree.
Yeah.
How about number... Well, my number 6 was Brooks, but your number 5 is really surprising to me, actually.
Yes, Kate Mulgrew is Captain Janeway in Caretaker. Surprising because she's low, or surprising because it's Caretaker?
Surprising because she's low. I thought she would have been in the top 3.
Yeah, I think in this group of 10, I had to be, or in group of 11. Here's where I'm going to get real histrionics on you. I really had to pull a page out of Peter Novick and look at objectivity, and really pride myself in trying to be objective. In these 11 episodes, I think I placed her where I wanted to place her. I think in the overall, like, if this had to be like an overall thing, I think it would be her tied with Kirk. She is really like one of my favorite actresses ever, and she's definitely probably my favorite Trek actress. So, but once again, being objective, yeah, I mean, she did such a great job with the script and everything, but I had to be objective, so I'll just say that.
Yeah. It's interesting because you have her from Caretaker, but I have her from Parallax. So,
yeah, that's what struck me more interesting.
I agree with everything you say, but she stuck out more to me. Maybe outside of that last scene in Caretaker when she's talking about we've got to be one crew and we're going home and it's going to take the long way. Like, that's really good, and I really like that. But I really like the way she's developed in the in Parallax.
Oh, I see that. Oh, I like that. Yeah, but I like what she's given in Caretaker to have to deal with. And I like how Mulgrew really pulls that across. That, I mean, she destroys the Caretaker Ray, and you could see it in her, in that struggle and internal struggle. And I hate to say it, but I really like the scene where she's like talking to Paris and stuff like that, where where you see what she wants to do with the character, and she molds the character and makes it her own. And I love that. I love her in Caretaker, that she's able to just go balls to the wall to start with. And your number 5's interesting too to me.
Yeah, my number 5. Well, my number 5 is John Delancey as Q from Encounter at Farpoint. I mean, everything you said qualifies for my opinion too. I just thought a little bit higher of it. Well, comparatively, I really like the way he does. I think my impression of him might be a little skewed because I think he does a better job as Q in later episodes than this first one, because the first episode of Q is a little rough, I think. He's not rough, he's just he's different than where he ends up. And the character of Q and what John Delancey does with him, it probably expands and does so much more in later episodes. But you can say that about any of these actors except for Baylock.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, anyway, yeah. Moving up to number 4. I like your number 4. I kind of wish I'd put this on my list.
Yes, Anthony Call as Dave Bailey in the Carbonite Maneuver. That dude was awesome. In fact, he was so awesome that I wish he just would have been around forever and not had just flow in the coop with Baylock. It's like he was able to do a good job acting scared, frightened of the unknown, and just so incredibly well acted. And then even at the end when he says that he's going to go with Baylock, it's just like the actor conveys it in such a way that I think, and here's with like the William Shatner thing, I think that him and William Shatner in that scene play off each other so well, and it's just amazing that he was just a guest star. But yeah, I love that. I love that character.
Bailey would have been an interesting continuing character in that show. Just somebody that was almost like a less progressive human, somebody that was scared, and somebody that would have been neat. They probably could have had some fun with him, but
I'm going to say something sacrilege. I'm going to say something really sacrilege and I know why they do it because we've talked about it before, but I really have viewed Chekhov as an unnecessary character, and I would have liked to have seen Bailey more so than a Chekhov. And I know that's kind of like, whoa. But yeah.
Nah. I could see it. In that episode, it's pretty good. But he might, I could see how a person who's constantly scared of what's out there would be annoying week after week.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, if he has these character arcs where you go after this episode and, he gains more confidence and it's not necessarily a question of him being scared, I like it.
No.
Because I
Agreed.
think that's where that's why I have to say I don't have a favorite character from Enterprise, because I don't think anybody was able to act like that, was able to say, because I thought Hoshi, it's interesting. I'm going to go kind of on a tangent here because I think it's a good point. I think Hoshi and Bailey are in the same category as far as, how they view themselves in the crew, how they view themselves in the universe, and how they view themselves within Starfleet and why they're there. I think they're on the same parallel level. The thing that makes Anthony Calls acting so much better in that regard than Parks is the people that he's able to play off of. Had he not had Nimoy, had he not had Shatner to play off of, I don't think it would have came across as well as it did. Whereas in Park's case, I don't think she had the actors to really play off of. And I want to make that point.
Fair enough. I could see that. When you're talking about that, too, it's kind of interesting that I don't think you have any, and I know I don't, anybody from Enterprise on your list.
No, I don't.
Take that, Enterprise actors.
We rated DS9 over you. All right.
Yeah, that's interesting.
You have a good... Actually, I really like your number 4. What's your number 4?
Number 4, I've talked a little bit about it already, but it's DeForest Kelley from the Corbomite Maneuver. I like that whole intro scene of the Doctor and Kirk in sick bay, giving Kirk his physical. I like the whole later on part of McCoy going up to the bridge and just telling Kirk, it's just like, I don't think you're doing the right thing. They get that whole relationship of, maybe you promoted Bailey too quickly. Can't you hear that he's a little afraid? They get that whole they get that professional relationship nailed down quickly. The friendship comes a little bit later. However, because even throughout that episode, about halfway through, a little bit more, McCoy is challenging Kirk and challenging him on his command decisions and saying, "Are you sure you're being sound here with this? Do you know what you're doing?" And of course, Kirk kind of explodes on him and everything like that. So, and DeForest Kelley does a wonderful job. And honestly, DeForest Kelley probably is one of my favorite Star Trek, and Dr. McCoy is one of my favorite Star Trek characters just of all time. If he would make a top 5 easy for me. So any kind of list like this, he'll probably be on it.
Yeah, I'm sad I don't have him actually, but he is good. Maybe like when we get to other episodes, he would definitely be on there. He Kelly
has other strong points.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, what do we have? Number 3?
Right. Yeah, number 3. Oh, your number 3 and number 2 are interesting. I'm going to start because I kind of want you to do 3 and 2 together for you. So my number 3 is Patrick Stewart in Encounter at Farpoint. And I like the whole Captain's Log intro, exploring the ship like we talked about. I like the fact that they make him out as a stern captain at the beginning who's kind of hardened and makes Riker do the whole manual connection between the saucer and the secondary hull, but is kind of a nice guy. Very, very anti-Kirk, but very, very Captain nonetheless. And I think he was a really great leader and antithesis to Captain Kirk all in one. And it comes out and was what was needed for a new Star Trek show to separate it from an old Star Trek show.
Nice.
No.
Yes. So number 3, I chose John Hoyt as Dr. Philip Boyce in The Cage. And you want me to do number 2 too?
Yeah, I mean, or you can talk about Boyce and then go into number 2. It doesn't matter. Whatever.
I'll do both.
However you want to do it.
And for number 2, I did Jeffrey Hunter as Captain Pike in The Cage. So these characters are probably my favorite characters that are really unknowns in terms of like Star Trek. I because of the new movies, I'm sure people would recognize Captain Pike, but nobody, unless you're like a Trekkie, knows who Philip Boyce is. Nobody, I guarantee you. Like, next time you meet that girl that says that she's the biggest fan of Star Trek ever, be like, well, what do you think of Dr. Philip Boyce? And see what she says, and she'll be like, what? But the reason why I like John Hoyt's character, John Hoyt's acting in that, is he was like that crusty old doctor, kind of like from a different age. And he played the doctor of that, like, no other character I don't think in Star Trek is played quite the same, where it's kind of like a man out of his time. Like, you could imagine maybe Captain Kirk, because Captain Kirk likes to talk about, other, but you don't get that from Shatner, like that sense of like, I'm a man that's not in the time period of, like, you could just imagine Boyce talking about like some old captains and stuff like that with Captain Pike, and Pike just listening in and being really enthralled. And I loved how Hoyt played him. Good actor too. Jeffrey Hunter, and I mean, once again, it's Pike playing off of Boyce that I think makes it. But I really like what Hunter did with Pike. I really like Pike as a character, and wish that Pike just would have been around a lot more, and had, like you say, Pike's kind of an interesting guy in general in terms of Star Trek 2009, because I don't think they did him justice in the movie quite the way they did justice in the TV show. It was just kind of like one of those things where it was like you had to see Darth Vader in a mask at the end of at Revenge of the Sith in order for you to know that, okay, there's Darth Vader. And for some reason in 2009 it felt the same way, where it was like you had to see Captain Pike and he was just shoved in there because you had to have him.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I when you were talking about Jeffrey Hunter, I was thinking about how I'm not, as much as I like Captain Pike in the JJ movies, I just he's no Jeffrey Hunter, and he's not the same character whatsoever. Really quickly, because I'm just gonna put that you're on pause real quick. My number 2 is William Shatner as Kirk in the Corbomite Maneuver, for all those reasons that we've been talking about Kirk in the Corbomite Maneuver. But my number 1 is Jeffrey Pike, or Jeffrey Hunter as Christopher Pike in The Cage, and it's just so great. He does so well in that, and I wish they had a little bit more of that. You get to see kind of that he is an adventurer with a conscience, and you don't get that in the 2009 movie. You really don't get a whole lot of emotion in the 2009 movie. A whole lot of emotion that seems realistic anyway. But I absolutely agree with you, and it would have been interesting if Jeffrey Hunter, because I think he was offered the part to come back in the show, but he had other engagements. It would have been interesting if he came back as the captain. And it would have been interesting for a legacy if he was both Captain Pike and Captain Kirk.
Yeah.
Oh, so you still have one more to go, though.
Yes, I do. So this is kind of a funny one, right?
I might disagree with this. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's okay. I got to put on my lawyer hat here, and my lawyer wig, I should say, to get ready to argue my case. So my favorite actress from these 11 episodes that we're covering is Roxanne Dawson as B'Elanna Torres in Parallax. I thought that she had the most on her plate as far as what the character was called for, what the script called for, and what the story called for, and what she ended up delivering. Now, that said, I think overall, she, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think she necessarily ranks up. But once again, I have to be objective and like to paint myself as being objective. So I think in given what she was given as far as the story around her in that episode, I think she rose to the challenge.
Warp particles.
All right, moving. You could disagree.
I kind of coming out because I do really like her in Parallax, but I don't really like her throughout. I'm not a big I'm not a big fan, but Parallax is one of the outliers of her character and her as an actress.
I'll take it.
Okay.
All right. So, what do we have next? Top 11 characters. This is kind of interesting. A lot different from actors. Could be anybody. It could be your grandma. Oh, wow. Really? You have that right? Top 11? All right. So what's your number 11?
You're criticizing my 11? My 11 is Tasha Yar in The Naked Now. I don't know why. I've always liked Tasha Yar. I always have liked her character, and I know her character doesn't get to do very much, and her character gets to do everything in this episode, including an android. So bad joke. Don't laugh at that. I don't know. Go on to your 11th. Go.
I chose William Riker for the same reasons, but in Encounter at Farpoint, because he was just like really dashing and a pretty cool character.
Yeah, nice. Moving on to 10, I picked Odo and A Man Apart because, again, much the same as Rene Auberjonois. I just really liked the way Odo was Odo in this episode. And I see your number 10 is something that I'm not going to care for.
It's Tom Paris in Caretaker.
Yep.
That's it. I thought he was pretty good. Caretaker may not be his best, but like once again, like I was saying for the previous, like he had to deal with a lot of stuff. Like he had to, he had to jump right in there with being a kind of a hated character by everybody, and you have that one Janeway sticking up for you, and that's about it.
Yeah.
That's it.
He gets better. He does get better throughout that episode. And he gets better throughout the series. But like I said earlier in the episode, his intro I don't like.
Let's see that. So where are we at? Number 9?
Number 9, I got Gary Mitchell from Where No Man Has Gone Before. Those damn espers. I like him. I like the way he is. I like him as a godlike being, making Kirk bow down. Everything that he says, it's crazy to Kirk and all that. He's a wonderful character. I wish we got to see him in a movie. I wish Benedict Cumberbatch played him in a movie. That would be amazing.
Yeah, totally.
Oh.
My number 9. Oh, this is kind of low for this, actually. Captain Pike in The Cage. I like Captain Pike. For all
I do too.
All the reasons I mentioned. It's kind of interesting.
Fair
my
enough.
Next one, anyway. Oh, yeah.
Our number 8s are both Enterprise. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same episode, but mine. So we both picked Broken Bow for number 8, but I picked Archer, and you picked.
I picked Trip.
Why'd you pick Trip?
I always wanted to be like a Trip. I never had like a friend that was like an Archer to my Trip. I guess that's why. Yeah, I mean, he's not like a standout character. I mean, later on, I guess he is, but Yeah, I kind of liked him in there. He's kind of a cool, suave guy.
I liked him in Broken Bow. I liked he had some of the funnier lines, especially when they were trying to fly or when they were getting ready to fly the alien ship, and he was like, "I'll just learn it."
Wow.
Didn't know what was going on. I liked Archer. I liked the way Archer, that episode more than some of the later episodes, he really seemed to be down for the journey and down for what becomes the Federation and the Starfleet cause to, seek out new life and civilizations and boldly go. And he certainly seemed like that. I thought he made a good kind of poster caricature for the Star Trek credo in Broken Bow.
Yeah, I'll definitely buy that. And, I like your number 7.
Oh, my number 7 is Chakotay and Parallax. I've talked about Chakotay and Parallax a lot. I don't have a whole lot else to say. Like him, like that, the intro with him in it. I like him and Janeway in the Ready Room. I'm not going to rehash too much, but yeah.
I'm going to cheat, and I'm going to get rid of the one that I have written down, because I don't like that.
What?
I don't like it.
All right. Shenanigans.
Shenanigans. Well, I had Captain Archer from Fight or Flight, and I have no idea why. I drinking when I wrote that.
I have no idea why. Yeah, what are you changing it to?
I'm going to steal yours and say Chakotay and Parallax, because that's
nice.
Yes.
Well, our number 6 has also come from the same episode, but again, different characters. So I picked Janeway from Caretaker because I can't say enough bad about Janeway, so why not? And I liked her probably a little bit more in Caretaker, again, probably because of that end speech. I liked her as a captain more in Caretaker than I did Parallax. In Parallax, she seemed more like a buddy.
Yeah, I can see that.
No.
I chose the Doctor from Caretaker because it was nice to see a non-human, but a human look-alike, but not like a robot, like C-3PO kind of thing, and that was cool.
Yeah, he ends up being the alien, but not an alien for this Star Trek show, and that's really cool. And it is kind of there from the very beginning.
Yeah, totally.
He ends up being, the Spock or the Data, but very much a human.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh, I like your number 5. That's a good one.
Yeah. Number 5, Q, because why not Q? Q's a good character. He would have been higher on this list, except my 1 through 4, I think, are a little bit better than Q.
Well, my number 5, I mean, people can probably guess this here. I like Bailey. Bailey's fantastic. So yeah, number 5, Bailey.
Fair enough. My number 4 is Captain Pike from The Cage. I don't feel like, yeah. Oh, some of these that we've talked so much about, like I've already kind of stated why I like him, so I'm not going to go too much more into it to reiterate.
My number 4 is Picard in Encounter at Farpoint.
Nice. Touring the ship.
Yes, touring the ship.
Number 3 is McCoy in a Corbinite maneuver for, again, reasons stated before.
My number 3 is Janeway and Caretaker for the reasons that Shaun stated before.
My number 2 is probably my number 2 character throughout all of Star Trek, and it's Captain Picard. I picked him in Encounter at Farpoint because I think he's a little bit more Captain Picard-y in Encounter at Farpoint than he is in Naked Now. And he certainly doesn't have that stupid laugh, so that's a plus.
Yeah. My number 2 is probably my number 1 in all of Star Trek. It's Captain Kirk and the Carmine maneuver. I love him.
Yeah. And going off of that, my number 1 is my number 1 character forever and ever. It's Captain Kirk in the Corbinite maneuver, because why could it not be? I love Captain Kirk. He is my favorite character in all of Star Trek. I like him. I even like old William Shatner in Star Trek when he's not so actiony and he's more sit-downy.
Yeah, totally. My number 1 kind of an interesting one, is Baylock from Carbonite Maneuver. Love that character.
Interesting.
I really like that character. Overall, probably wouldn't, of course, be in the top, but like in these 11 episodes, definitely.
Yeah.
What's our next category, Sean?
All right. Well, up next we have the top 11 aliens. Let's start with yours, Chris, because yours is unique. I want to say.
Yes, it's the humans, as the Ferengi say, humans.
Human.
Yeah, it's because we're aliens to everybody else. I think.
So it's a unique choice. I accept it, but yeah. So do you mean the humans, like the Enterprise crew, or do you mean like Vesper?
No, like ooh, that's interesting.
Or all of them?
No, I meant just like if they're Homo sapiens. Then,
okay.
Then yes, that's what I should have put on there.
All right,
Homo sapiens sapiens is what I meant by that.
All right, I gotcha. All right. Well, my number 11 is Morn from DS9, who is in most, if not all, of the episodes of Deep Space Nine. There's not a lot to say about him, other than I don't know why he's in that mob in A Man Alone. He left his bar stool to go rally against Odo too, which to me was ridiculous. But yeah, I figured I'd throw him.
Go home.
Number 10.
Number 10. What do we got for number 10? Cardassians from Emissary. This is kind of interesting because Cardassians, of course, show up earlier in Star Trek lore. They show up in TNG. I think the episode is it The Price that they show up in?
Is that their first one? You could be right. I don't remember.
Maybe. They had that weird thing over their eye in that. Remember, like that?
Yeah, they had a weird like headpiece.
Yeah. They never showed that again. It only happened in that one time. But
they had weird facial hair too, if you remember.
Yeah, they did, huh? Did they have like a weird goatee and mustache mix?
Well, it was like a chin hair, like side chin hair. Yeah, that you never see again. So,
breaking boundaries. Yeah, I mean, Cardassians are cool. They're fun. They're all right. I mean,
they're certainly better in DS9 than they are in the TNG universe.
Yeah,
it's the same universe, but they're more well done for a bunch of different reasons in Deep Space Nine.
Yeah, totally. What's your number 10?
Well, my lower on my list than is yours, but it's the Caretaker from Caretaker. He's very different, if you can even call him a he. I do really like him, but this is another one of those lists that everything on this list I like. So he's number 10, which seems low, but it's beat out by a bunch of other things that I really like. So I don't have a whole lot of bad to say about him. He's another one, like I think he was the most sci-fi, science fiction-y thing of that episode, which if you haven't noticed already, I really appreciate.
Yeah.
But yeah, different kind of Star Trek antagonist, if you will, or alien, whatever.
Yeah, totally. Now our number 9s are actually the same, and it's kind of interesting. So when you because did you get the feeling, or is it explicitly said in the episode that they start out as Homo sapiens, and then it's like what they were doing is they evolved into this SBs. That's who my number 9 is, or the SBs from Where No Man Has Gone Before. They're still humans, though, right? It's just like they were superhumans.
They're still humans. Yeah, they just get like these incredible powers, and like yours includes O'Houlihan, Hot Lips, but mine was specifically Gary Mitchell. Although I like yours as well because there's no reason not to like Hot Lips for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, very interesting. Again, it's just one of those things where you're right. They're just normal humans, just regular, that just happen to have basically superpowers.
Yes. They do have superpowers. And that's your number 9 as well.
Yeah, Gary Mitchell. Number 8, I think I owe an explanation for. So
oh, go ahead.
This is going to be hard. This is going to be hard to relate through a podcast, but anybody that's seen the episode, what I have in the notes is Alien on the view screen from Fight or Flight, and he's the Axanar alien, but it's the alien that Hoshi and Archer call towards the end of the episode, who ultimately ends up saving them. But he's so confused, and he's all over the place because they start out by like basically texting him through computer message. Then they send Hoshi up front, to actually try to talk to him, which ultimately works. But I really like him. I don't know who that actor was, but I liked his facial expressions. I like the way he looked. I like that he just looked kind of angry. And he basically, the way they made the alien is what happens. I don't speak any other languages other than English. I wish I did. I live in Southern California, so sometimes it would be nice if I could speak Spanish, but I can't. And not only just, it's not like we just only have Mexicans down here, but it's really hard talking to somebody that does not speak English. They're trying to convey a point. That they are. You're trying to do the same thing, but there's that language barrier. And it's so like it's frustrating, and it makes me angry and confused and everything like that. So I thought it was really well done with him, and that's why he actually is on my list.
That is a really good one. I wish I would have thought that one. I like that one.
Yeah.
So number 8, I have I kind of put him down low when I see yours very up high. I have Q from Encounter at Farpoint. I love Q. I mean, as I said, and that's no reason but to be objective once again, I think I like my list where it is. But I have Q. I think he was good. I think one of the interesting things about Q is that you hardly ever see any other Q. There's that Q2 guy that shows up, and then Quinn, he's around in Voyager.
Right.
And then there's those lady Qs in Voyager, and then that Amanda Q.
Amanda.
Yeah.
In Hyden Q. Right.
Yeah. And I think that's about all the Qs that you see. So they're kind of like one of those aliens that's really cool, but they don't really show up a lot. But yeah.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Do you see Q's son in a later episode after the initial?
Oh yeah, Voyager, and in fact, that is John Delancey's son. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I totally remember that. Right before we were doing this recording, I was telling Chris, and as I've said many times on this podcast, I'm rewatching Voyager, and I just got to the Q wants a son episode with the Continuum. So.
Yeah.
But I vaguely remembered him actually having a son who was like adolescent, teenage age.
He was very mischievous, which I really like. There's a really funny scene in there when he kind of does the same thing as his dad and orchestrates an encounter with the Borg. And his dad says, "If I told you once, I told you a million times, don't provoke the Borg."
I remember that.
It's really funny. It's that's like my favorite line in that whole episode.
It's funny rewatching Voyager, like some of the episodes that I really remember, like really stuck out in my mind from when I was young that are still with me. So like every now and then I'll start an episode without realizing it. Mm-hmm. And I go, oh, I totally remember everything about, a lot of things about this episode. The Q ones are like that. So, but I've always liked Q. I definitely probably went out of my way to make sure I watched those when they were first airing.
Yeah, totally. And you have, look at that. We have another. We have another agreement here.
Yeah, our number 7s are the same. Which is I want you to say it because I'm probably going to say it wrong. The Denobulin.
That's how I would say it. Yeah, Denobulin.
Yeah, which is basically Dr. Phlox. And it's not so much the Denobulins because we don't see any of them other than Phlox. It's Phlox. I could have just put Phlox there.
Yeah.
because we're big Phlox champions, both me and you.
Yeah, the good thing about Phlox is he learns that he can eat and talk at the same time. That's just amazing.
He's a really good character. I like the way he's done. It's well acted, well written.
Yeah, totally. Oh, this is interesting. I should have put this on my list. Your next one, and I didn't. What's your number 6?
So my number 6 is the shapeshifter or Odo, the kind of founder species. I really like that. I like the idea of Star Trek had never really done in Star Trek 6. I guess they do it with Iman, but it's not like it is in Odo, where they actually have a true shapeshifter that changes like that and liquefies and everything like that. Very, very interesting to me, because Odo can actually go, underneath doors and such like that. Iman's character, we never really saw her shapeshift. Like, we just saw her be Iman and then change into other random things. So we don't know exactly how she did it. I don't think there's any evidence to support that she was a founder of any sort.
They kind of cheated in the scene where she turns into Kirk. They kind of cheated from the perspective of McCoy, because he gets knocked out, and then like when he comes to, it's like, oh god, there's 2 Kirks. But I do think that they did a little. Did they do a special effect there? I don't want to. I want to say that I don't know. I'm 50-50. I can't remember.
I can't remember either. Maybe when he's like kind of trying to choke her, she somehow shapes into Kirk. I want to say maybe.
Yeah, I think that's how it happens. Man, that's like my favorite Trek.
That's a hilarious fight.
You know what makes that fight hilarious is McCoy. I like when they roll over him. That is so
exactly. That's just what I was thinking of too. Like, he kind of comes to and they just roll over him.
Yeah. He is my favorite character in Star Trek 6. Like, if we had to choose favorite characters from a movie, he is my favorite character in there. That dude has my favorite line in all of Star Trek history, and that's "One day, one night, Kobayashi Maru." I love that line. God, I love that line. Okay,
that's pretty good. I just go off on a tangent. I like when they ask him when they're on trial about his what he thinks of how good of a search he goes. Outside of a touch of arthritis, I'd say pretty good. And the one Klingon laughs way up in the rafters, and like his reaction shot, DeForest's reaction shot to that is hilarious. He smiled at one Klingon like that joke.
Yeah, he is amazing. Oh, he's so funny. God, his dry wit is so good. Odo's a good choice, man. I wish I would have thought of shapeshifters. Good aliens.
Yeah.
So I chose kind of something interesting for my number 6. They're not really aliens? Not really, but I do like them. Photonic beings from Caretaker, specifically the Doctor. But, they show up in later episodes, of course, other photonic beings. But
right.
I really like how can I put this? Because kind of have it in terms of Data, where like Data was interesting because he was a functional being, mechanical in nature and stuff like that. And when you go to the Doctor, like there's nothing there. There's photons and force fields, and that's it. And I always thought that was kind of interesting to have that kind of character that's made out of nothing, essentially. That's a really interesting thing to me.
I do like to just supplement that. I agree with everything that you said, but I like that the Doctor is very much kind of a Data character, but obviously emotional. So they don't have any of those plot points of I can't feel emotions, but there's kind of a longing to actually develop and evolve and everything like that. The evolutions are different between, so the motivations are different between the Doctor and Data. I think they're very similar characters and get developed in very similar ways, but the motivations and the way they go about it are very different. I just watched an episode where the Doctor is losing his memories, which is really neat episode, actually. Really like that. I'm looking forward to the one I think we talked about on the podcast where he creates his own family.
Yeah,
I really like the Doctor. He's probably one of my favorites in Voyager.
Yeah, I like that episode, Latent Image. That's probably that has to be my top 5 of Star Trek. And a podcast thou shalt not name bashed it, and I was really sad when they bashed it because in all of Star Trek, it's Latent Image is it's at the top of the list.
We like Voyager more than they do, so
that's true. It happens. I could take it.
So our number 5, again, this list is more similar than it is different. Our number 5 is the same thing as well.
Yeah. I am an android. 3.8 seconds. Data.
Yeah.
Why'd you choose Data?
Well, I think I've said this on the podcast too before. Data was, it still kind of is, maybe my favorite character in Next Gen, and one of my favorite characters just in all of Star Trek. I really like his outsider looking in perspective, and I always thought that was really well done. And when we were talking about the Doctor and Data and the similarities there just a minute ago, that's one thing that I don't think the Doctor, they ever really give him, for better or worse. I don't think they needed to, and I don't think it was a missed opportunity or anything like that. But I think Data really gets that kind of outsider perspective, looking in towards humanity and that longing for them. He's a really interesting character throughout the show, and arguably steals the show in all 4 of the movies, because all 4 of the movies end up basically being about Data in some way or another, which he was not. Like they should have been. First Contact is very much Picard, but Data is Data does more, I think, in the movies than Riker does, which probably is not the way it should have been, but is the way it turned out.
Yeah, that's a good point. I never even thought about that, but yeah, you're right. One of my earliest, and there's very little actual memories that I have of watching TNG early, especially early. I know when it was going on in the early 90s, I remember a lot more of those episodes. But one of the earliest episodes that I remember was where Data has to he has those radiation rocks, and it's like poisoning that pre-warp society, but he ends up getting damaged when he tries to retrieve the rocks. Do you remember that episode? I can't remember.
This is the one where he has the like with the waterways, and ultimately he has to phaser it because they don't believe him. Are we thinking of the same episode?
Because that's how he's going to cure them. Yeah,
right.
He has a cure. And,
there's poison. Their water system is being poisoned because their water comes from the mountains. Correct.
Yeah. For some reason, I want to say we're thinking about 2 different episodes.
Maybe we are.
It's the one with the little girl, not the 2 guys. Because that one I think you're thinking of is with the 2 guys. The townspeople.
Are you thinking?
It's like a little girl, and then remember, there's a teacher there. There's a teacher that's like trying to teach the elements. I'm gonna look up the episode really quick.
Well, the one I'm thinking of is probably not the one that you're thinking of, because the one I'm thinking of is the Instance of Command, which, if that jogs your memory at all.
No, it's Thine Own Self. That's what it is.
Okay, yeah, because there's something else going on, right, in the Instance of Command, like aliens are coming or something. I forget. Like I know at the end he like shoots their.
Well, that's the Shellyak, right?
The Shellyak, but the Shellyak nothing to do with. The Shellyak are going to come and dispose of that planet. So Data's on the planet trying to do all that. Right.
Yeah.
For some reason, I don't connect those 2 together. I think of that episode as 2 different episodes. Like I think of it as like Picard and the Shellyak, and then Data on the planet.
That's easy to think of. That's the easy thing to mistake. But this one, Thine Own Self is the episode. And One thing that always struck me when I was a kid and I watched that episode came out in 1994, and so I was 9 years old when I saw that, and it was so scary to me when the guy hits Data and it tears off a chunk of his face, and it's like it has the lights going, and it's just like this gray mass. And like watching that as a kid, you're just like, holy cow. That I remember like getting really like, geez, that's crazy. And then they stab him in that because they bury him and stuff. And just watching it as a kid, like it's just like, oh my god, Data's dead. But it's not, obviously. But he gets jacked up. I've always liked stuff like that. Like that's one of the reasons why I liked RoboCop, is because RoboCop gets jacked up in RoboCop 2. That's why I like that.
Yeah, they hit him with an axe, right? That's how they cut off the side of his face.
Yeah, that dude, Shaya. And then he has to. Yeah, that's really cool. But he saves the town at the end of the day and stuff like that.
Yeah.
All right, number 4. What do you have for number 4?
Number 4, I got the Vulcans, but I wanted to be specific and say mostly Spock from the original series. Because when I say the Vulcans, we could be talking about T'Pol and that set of Vulcans, which, no, I don't want that in there. So I want like the original series, kind of like the way they did Spock was really well done. And as the series goes on, obviously the Vulcans go through a little bit of different changes, and we don't know anything about them at this point, 2 episodes in, but Spock and Leonard Nimoy I think really hit nail on the head there. Obviously Spock was memorable even in the 60s. Like he was kind of the flagship character for that show, being so unique.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, I have him too, and it's for that reason. Not as number 4, but
right.
Yes. No, my number 4 is the Caretaker, of course, as you've had, and it was unique to see that. I like stories that are interesting, that you just come into, and I like the fact that in Caretaker, the Caretaker's dying, and kind of like in the middle of that story that's already going on, and I kind of like that he's involved in that, so it adds a little more depth than just like a character, an alien that did brought Voyager over to the Delta Quadrant malevolently. It had something else going on in its life, so I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, of course. Our number 3s are identical again.
Where are they?
Very similar thinking on this list. The Telosians from obviously The Cage. The Telosians are on this list for me because I think they're iconic. Most people, to me, people that don't know Star Trek still kind of understand the Telosians, and it's funny because the Telosians weren't even in a real. I guess they were in the menagerie, kind of, but they weren't technically in a real episode of Star Trek.
Yeah. I never thought about that, but yes. Well, can't argue with that. Yeah, I really like them. They're interesting species to me. Everyone should go back and listen to that episode when we covered it. But I'll go ahead and repeat it again regardless. I really like how, and it's kind of tropey in science fiction. I think I mentioned that when we watched it. But I kind of like the whole idea of like a society getting so much technology and being so superhuman or superpower like that they kind of go really bad, and I kind of like that type of stuff. And I remember I mentioned like Planet of the Apes in there because they kind of remind me of the Planet of the Apes dudes.
Yeah, for sure. And we did talk about that.
So yes, that's why I chose them as my number 3 as well.
Yeah. All right. Number 2 is interesting for you, I think. So your number 2 is the Vulcans.
Yes.
but not like more specific than mine was. Like, so like I want to hear about that.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about how Leonard Nimoy played Spock a little different in the beginning of Star Trek. And I think that's the way I like my Vulcans. He's not... Yeah, it's kind of more emotional.
Yeah.
And I think there's more there to play with, where, like, later on, it became, the philosophy of, like, Vulcans trying to withhold their emotions and stuff like that. And I know, like, it's really easy, and I know we've said it on the show that he just didn't quite, like, fall into the character at that point, or, still trying to discover how he wanted to play the characters, or maybe the directors were giving him some interesting direction on how he should do the characters, stuff like that. Regardless, I really like how he's played in that episode, and that changes for me when you get to where No Man Has Gone Before and Carbonite Maneuver, because it is not so much pronounced to me. And I think for him being a Vulcan and an alien species right there on the bridge was him trying to like do something new, and seeing that is just like exciting, as opposed to in later episodes it's try to be like hegemonic and kind of harmonious and try to like downplay it, and then eventually it gets so downplayed that we have the Vulcans as we think of them today. Now, I would also add to this that there's like specific kinds of Vulcans that I like too, because I like that Vulcan, how Nimoy played him in The Cage, and we haven't really covered later Vulcans, but I really like Tuvok, the way that he's played, and I really like Vorik. Vorik's one of my favorite Vulcans in all of Star Trek, and that's B'Elanna's engineering assistant on Voyager. And Vorik is really cool because he's played kind of the same way as Leonard Nimoy plays Spock in The Cage, where he seems like a lot more emotional because he plays off of the foil of B'Elanna a lot more and a lot quicker. So he's not like just cold and calculating. And Tuvok's kind of the same way. So I kind of like that kind of Vulcan.
I can see what you're talking about. I don't remember Vorik, and I'm not there in the rewatch yet, so I can't speak about that. But I do like Tuvok, and honestly, in between, so obviously Star Trek, the original series, is where we all start, and Voyager is the last, Enterprise is the last show that we get. And throughout all of that, like the only Vulcans that I actually like are Spock and Tuvok. Anytime you see, it's rare that you see a Vulcan in Next Gen, other than Spock or Sarek. Yeah, but when you do it, it's not great, in my opinion. And then, of course, Enterprise, I don't like T'Pol. Even in the later episodes, I don't like T'Pol.
No, she's not. She's not good.
Never.
I thought Taurik was an interesting character from Lower Decks. He's that Vulcan friend that they have.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
That was kind of interesting, but there again, I mean, not played at the depth or level that Nimoy gave his character. But yeah, definitely a resounding no when it comes to like T'Pol and even the Vulcans in general, because like even if you don't see Vulcan, they just sound like. You remember when we were reviewing that one episode and she's just like, Vulcans don't like to stop at any planet and explore. And it's just like, what are you doing out here? Like, your whole society is like built on scientific discovery and intelligence. Like, just slap that in the face, why don't you?
Yeah. The original series Vulcans are definitely where it's at, I think, as far as that species. Maybe Tuvok too, but yeah, I don't like T'Pol, and I don't like what Enterprise did do to the Vulcans.
Or Star Trek.
Yeah. So moving up, my number two is your number one. So I'll go ahead and talk my number two, which is Baylock we've said a lot already in this podcast about Baylock. We like Baylock. We like Clint Howard. Just good character. Just really, the reveal is there. The actor is there. The little kid actor is there. Just really cool. Really like him.
Yeah, totally. I'll play a clip by Baylock. Since he's my number one, then we could just go right into your number one after this clip is done. But this is, why I like Baylock.
What is it, Mr. Bailey?
A message coming over my navigation beam.
Pick it up.
Switching, sir.
And trespassed into our star systems. This is Baylock, commander of the flagship Visarius of the First Federation. Your vessel, obviously the product of a primitive and savage civilization, having ignored a warning buoy and having then destroyed it, has demonstrated your intention is not peaceful. We are now considering the disposition of your ship and the life aboard.
Ship to ship.
Hailing frequencies open, sir.
So that's Baylock, and you have the We Must Drink. I didn't. Are you going to play that later on? Because you should play that, because that's the real Baylock.
You're right, Chris. You're absolutely right.
Okay.
And, I do have that clip, and it's later on. And I'll play it later on when we get down there, because it's going to become more appropriate, I think, on our next list. But I always remember the We Must Drink. That's burned into my memory, even long before we ever did this podcast.
Yeah, totally. It's so cool. So what's your number one?
Well, my number one is Q. And maybe if I were thinking about the episodes more in general that we've actually covered in this podcast, Q would have been lower on this list. I think Q is my number one because I'm thinking of Q, John Delancey as we know him, throughout all of the episodes, throughout All Good Things, Hide and Q, True Q, the Voyager episodes that I can't remember the titles of. Even the DS9 one, like that DS9 is a good episode. It's very early on. It's season 1 of Deep Space Nine with Q in it. All good. Really great. John Delancey's wonderful. He's probably the most permanent non-main character in Star Trek that we get to see, since he's in all of the shows that's not the original series and not Enterprise. And is great, wonderful. Like he's a good actor. He's a fun actor. He's a fun character. Those episodes are always good. It's like every time they sat down to write a Q episode, they sat down to really be serious and put out some really good stuff with him. And Q actually came from Gene Roddenberry himself. DC Fontana wrote Encounter at Farpoint, but her script had nothing to do with Q. And then Gene came in and added in all the Q stuff. So it's kind of neat that he stayed so long coming from the creator.
Do you think Traylene was a Q?
I don't know. Do you think what was his name? Roger was a Q? Or no, Kevin. Do you remember Kevin, the Survivors, where the Enterprise D meets the old couple?
Yeah, Kevin Uxbridge. Yeah. That's right.
Kevin kind of seemed like a Q. You get these like kind of omnipotent beings that can do anything, and we just want to say that they're Qs.
That guy seemed like the ultimate being, though, because his wife didn't even exist. Nothing existed on that whole planet. They were all dead, except for him.
So
just hanging out.
Yeah, it was a little old person house.
Yeah, like why would you want to create that if you were Q? I want to create Shady Pines. Shady Pines, ma. That's a Golden Girls joke right there.
This podcast is all about how many weird sitcom references we can have. And we'll make it relevant to Star Trek.
Oh gosh, it's true.
I'm gonna start a counter to every time that we reference some other sitcom.
Oh man. Good times. Oh, dynamite. All right. I'm sorry. You go ahead if you have something else. I'll just...
No, I think we should move on. So
moving on up
our
to the 11 quotes.
Our next number, our top 11, is going to be top 11 quotes.
Yes. This is interesting. I don't have any close after this, so I'm gonna have to do them in the voice of what the quote, what it says.
That's okay. My top or my first few don't have clips, so go ahead, play your clip.
I don't have any clips, silly.
Oh, I thought you had a clip to this. Your
Oh, I do. It's the one that I played for the earlier one as well. So I'll go ahead and play it regardless.
What's in the bag?
Oh, nothing but a big old pile of hay. Hey, come on.
Okay, I don't know why I like that. That's a good one.
You know what's weird to me about that, and it's gotten me every time that you've played that clip. So every time we've done this podcast and talked about that clip, which has been twice now, is nothing but a big pile of hay. Hey, come on. So they have the same word, a homophone of the same, a homophone right next to each other.
Yeah.
And that always seems weird to me. It just, I don't know. It never sounds right to me. It doesn't look right to me when I'm even reading it on the page. It just, I feel like they could have done something better.
Yeah, it looks a little weird now that you said that, and sounds weird. I never.
It always sounds weird to me because nothing big, and the way she delivers it too. Nothing but a big old pile of hey, come on, just like. I mean, I get it. I understand it, but it's just it's always weird to me.
Did you choose any honorable mention? That was my second honorable mention. I'm gonna give you my honorable mention and then my number 11. That's why I threw 3 into one number. I cheated Shaun out of 2. I gave you an honorable mention. I was like, you should do one. But
I'm looking at my list to see if I actually did have one and didn't actually write it down. Go ahead with your next honorable mention, though.
Okay. And look at this, how I spelled Janie is what I put. Janeway from Parallax, my honorable mention. Close enough. You just volunteered to become a field medic. Report to 6 Bay as soon as we're finished here. I always thought that was a funny line because it's 2 semesters or whatever he had of biochemistry and close enough. It's like, it's like poor Captain Pike, lost his legs and everything, and he was in that boop boop chair, and it's just like, oh, I could fix you, boop boop. I'm I have a degree in history. You're hired, boop boop. Like that. Like, what the heck? Okay, and
it's okay. 'Cause you took some biochemistry. I do have an honorable mention, real quick.
Okay.
And mine needs no explanation. It's just really simple and Scotty.
It fits like a glove, Captain.
That is a good one.
Yeah.
Okay, now this is where we get serious. I really like this this line from Archer. This is from Broken Bow, and I wish there was more writing like this in that show. But I like at the end when there's it's like a particle storm or something in their way or something, and he says we can't be afraid of the wind, Ensign. Take us to warp 4. And I really like that because it's just kind of like, yeah, we're gonna be explorers, and then in the next episode there's gonna be a slug. But I really like how that episode ends. Take us to warp 4. I like that. I like that a lot. It reminds me.
It's
of
a very,
let's see what's out there, or
yeah,
kind of like that.
Second star to the left. Yeah, it's very Star Trek.
Mm-hmm. And what's your number 11?
My number 11 is Spock from Where No Man Has Gone Before. And he says, all I know is logic. And this is actually when they're down on the planet, and he accuses them of having emotions. And it's basically he wants Kirk to kill Gary. And he thinks that's a logical thing to do. But it's you know, that first episode out, they figured that he's going to be that kind of mechanical, logic, cold kind of character. And I like that they were able to sum it up in 5 words, basically.
Yeah. That's a good one.
And Nimoy's delivery is great.
I like that. Oh, I like your number 10, too. Say your number 10. That's a really... I like Dr. Boyce. So.
Yeah, and I think you have a quote later on from the same scene, but my number 10 is from Dr. Boyce, and it's, we both get the same kind of customers, the living and the dying. And that's when he's in Pike's quarters, and, you know, after he says, which is also a really good quote, sometimes people will tell their bartender things they won't tell their doctor or something like that. And he serves him a little whiskey or whatever it was out of his medical bag, and ends with that, which I think is very, very poignant. Very, it's a good proverb almost, actually. If you say doctors and lawyers get the same, or not doctors and lawyers, doctors and bartenders get the same kind of customers, the living and the dying. Just good writing.
Yeah, that's a really good one. I have my number 10 is Janeway from Caretaker, and I like when she says, "We'll have to find another way home." It all goes with that. When I first watched Voyager and fell in love with it, that oh crap, did she just do what she did? And she did. She stuck him in the Delta Quadrant. And I like that too. It goes in the same theme of what we were talking about, like, you know, the second star to the right, you know, like, take us to warp 4, don't be afraid of the wind. You know, we'll have to find another way home. Like, you know, we're going to make it, and don't you worry. I like that.
Yeah.
And,
it's good.
What's your number 9?
Oh, my number 9.
You got to say it in the Hick voice. Do it in the Hick voice.
I don't think I can do that voice. So I've already talked about the scene a couple times, and Chris keeps teasing me about it, but it's you treat her like a lady, and she'll always bring you home. Which sounds nothing like DeForest Kelly, but it's Dr. McCoy talking to Data at Encounter at Farpoint, and it's he's talking about how the ship and all the adventures that, you know, alluding to all the adventures that him and Kirk and Spock went on, and telling Data that. I think it's a really sweet moment in Star Trek.
Yeah. Do 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 do. My number 9 is the Doctor from Caretaker, and he says, "Doesn't anyone know how to turn off the program when they leave?" I like that a lot. Kind of like that.
Yeah.
That's kind of round up. He's kind of McCoy-ish in that sense when he delivers lines like that. And I like that.
The Doctor is kind of McCoy-ish, I think. I really do think that. His obviously his bedside manner is a little worse than McCoy's, but his annoyance level is similar to McCoy.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah.
And
plus they
yes.
They do similar things, like they constantly reference McCoy because the Doctor is always saying, "What am I, a doctor or a what have you?"
Yeah,
they're not always, but he has that line a couple times.
Yeah, I think Bashir does too, a couple times.
He does. Yeah, he gives, "What am I, a doctor or a historian?" So with Bashir, it's not as charming though, for whatever reason.
Oh, that's hilarious! I didn't know he said that. I'm going to have to use that if I ever get a PhD and be like, "What am I? A doctor? I'm a historian." I should, like, turn it around, but I like that. That's funny. I'm an historian, not a doctor. That's how I would say.
Yeah.
So what's your number 8?
My number 8 is, there's something to be learned from every life form. And Phlox says that to Hoshi about the slug, because she talks about how she should have left the slug back. She's depressed, blah, blah, blah. And then Phlox says that wonderful thing, and to me, that's very Star Trek. That's just a Star Trek line to me. I talked about it last week on our fight or flight episode, but yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. My number 8 is a joke. It's a joke line, and it's Janeway from The Caretaker. I have a lot of Janeway on this list, and she says, "Mr. Kim, at ease before you sprain something." I always like that. Oh, that's a funny line to me.
Yeah, no, that's good. It's a good little joke.
What's your number 7?
My number 7's similar to my number 8, and it's Zephram Cochrane from Broken Bow, and it's he just says "Where no man has gone before," and it's when they're playing him talking about the Warp 5 complex and his little speech where, you know, they reference the intro to the original Star Trek and Next Gen, and so I just like that you know, they try to tie it to something within the universe.
Yeah, that's good. So I chose, from my number 7, I chose a kind of a staple line that I like. And he says, it's the doctor from The Caretaker, and says, "Please state the nature of the medical emergency." I really like that.
Please state the...
Yeah, play that.
Sorry.
No, you should do it.
Please state the nature of the medical emergency.
Yep.
I love it.
Yeah. Sorry. I thought I was going to catch you in between a pause, but your number 7 is my number 6.
Sweet.
Yeah, please state the nature. Which you hear a lot throughout Voyager and even in other episodes or other series, because you hear it in First Contact and so I agree.
Yes. So where are we? Number 6? So that was your number 6?
That was my number 6. Yeah.
Sweet. And that was my number 7. So then I guess I'm on my number 6. I like when Picard says, "Let's see what's out there. Engage." I like that.
I do too.
Very Star Trek again.
Yeah, I think so too. Picard has a lot of good lines at the end of episodes, because you even think in the second episode in the Naked Now, he says, what does he say? Something of like, whatever, blah blah blah. If we can avoid temptation.
Yeah,
referencing the episode, he gets a lot of good lines in there.
Has it? Yeah, not like Nimoy. I was just making a little joke, very little, ensign, and that's the episode. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, they're not so corny jokey in the Next Generation at the end.
Yeah. We have 5? What's your 5?
My number 5 I talked about a lot when we did Encounter at Farpoint.
Turn off that damn noise! Go to yellow alert!
So angry.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
angry.
Yeah. It's funny to me. I'm not going to talk a whole lot more about it. I feel like I've talked enough about it.
You can never talk enough about these. All right. My number 5 should be in a poem, I'm sure. It's Gary Mitchell from Where No Man Has Gone Before. I have to clear my throat because this is a bit of poetry here. My love has wings, slender feathered wings, things with grace in upswept curve and taper tip. Jeez, that's a tongue twister. That's a beautiful line, though. That's really beautiful. I like that line a lot.
Yeah, I don't even remember that line in the show.
Yeah. That is just... Yeah, that is like... God, that is poetry right there.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy good. All right, number 4.
Number 4? All right.
Anytime you can bluff me, Doctor.
Love it. Kirk yelling. Obviously, I just like people yelling, but yeah, it's Kirk and McCoy get into that heated argument, and Kirk responds with that, and that immediately leads to Kirk realizing he's got an idea of how to get them out of the situation that they're in, and Yeah, great. That whole episode to me was filled with quotes. But that one's one of my favorite. I love William Shatner kind of yell talk that he does like that. So had to pick that one out. So your number 4. I actually like your number 4.
Yeah, in fact, this is one of my favorite lines in all of Star Trek, and it's just because it's a Q line from Encounter at Farpoint, and I really like how he always has to have the upper hand and tries to paint himself as though he allowed Picard to work things out, and it can never be the other way around. But the quote is, "Lucky guess. I see now that it was too simple a puzzle. Generosity has always been my weakness." I like that. That's a really, really good quote. Man,
yeah, I did. Character. Yeah, by the end of that episode, Q is almost right where you want him to be. He's in that sweet John Delancey Q, what the character would inevitably become.
Yeah. And your number 3?
What am I, a doctor or a moon shuttle conductor? I jumped every time a light came on around here. I'd end up talking to myself.
I kind of had a cheat that's technically 2 lines, but it gives you the trope of what am I, a doctor or something, and then it gives and the clever part of that doesn't play out in the audio is if I jumped every time a light flashed around here, I'd end up talking to myself. Kirk has already left the sick bay by that point, so McCoy is literally talking to himself. So it's kind of a joke. It starts out with what ends up being a trope, ends with a joke. I think they're both awesome.
Nice. Oh, my number 3 is, you can't say it just like, it's a Gary Mitchell line from Where No Man Has Gone Before, and you can't just say it like, my friend, James Kirk. He says it in the episode because his opinion of Kirk, Gary and Kirk have gone back way, way long ago, and they've been good friends, and then now, where Captain Kirk's kind of like, you need to calm the heck down with your espiness. He doesn't say that, but Gary Mitchell's definitely on the SB. And he says the line, my friend, James Kirk. I like it, but I can't say how he says it. The actor, of course, does way better, but he's saying it sarcastically. My friend, James Kirk. I like that line.
Yeah, that one's good.
What's your number 2?
That's it. It's literally Spock. Yeah. I already talking about it. This one is literally like, it's so high on my list because, and my number 1 is similar in this regard, that I can specifically remember these lines in my head for years now. Like, they've always been in there. Not always, but they've been in my lexicon. It's like it's a trap from Admiral Akbar.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things that is just you almost say it now just to say it, and the reference and where it comes from, you don't even realize what you're referencing or where it comes from. It's become so much a part of my personal lexicon. I guess I don't yell out the women very much, but every time I hear somebody say the women, I always think of that. My number 1, I don't say ever, but it's always in my head. Like, I can always remember it. It's just like a good joke or something like that. It's just in my head. It's always there, and that's why it's so high on my list. Not necessarily that it's a good quote, but because it's a memorable quote.
Yeah.
And it's memorable because it's ridiculous and totally antithetical to the character.
Do you ever think, like, if you were in an anachronistic situation, when you were on Titanic, let's say, and they were lowering the lifeboats, and they said, women and children first, and then you would just say, the women! Everybody from 1912 would stare at you and be like, what the heck?
No, because I'd probably like be too panicked or something to even think about it. I'm not clever enough to actually think like that. Here's a good example of like things that are in my head. There's an episode of The Simpsons, and I don't even remember what episode it is and what happens in it. But I remember the scene specifically where they tear down a building or something like that. It's right next to Moe's Tavern, the bar.
Mm-hmm.
And all the rats, the animation is all the rats run into Moe's Tavern, and you just hear Hank Azaria as Moe say, "All right, everybody tuck your pants into your socks." Like, every single time I see a mouse or rat in my life for literally years now, I say, "All right, everybody tuck your pants into your socks." Like, it just... So maybe my head is kind of wired like that, but...
Yeah, that's funny.
I
like that. See, now, if I was on Titanic and we hit an iceberg, I would just have the quote from Janeway from Caretaker. "We'll have to find another way home."
Yeah.
But I like your story better than mine. Mine's just dumb.
Well, that's how, like, my number one and my number two, like, that's how I relate it to, because I guess that quote from The Simpsons I do use in my real life, because I see more rodents in my life than I actually probably care to admit.
Oh my God, I see like 2.
Like, none of these are ever in my apartment or my house. I don't live in Phil's, but for some reason I encounter rats and mice around. I don't live in New York either. I live in San Diego, so, but whatever. I don't know. I see rodents. It is what it is, I guess.
Well, see. My number 2 is also a Spock quote, but it's from Where No Man Has Gone Before. And my number 1 and number 2, my number 1 actually happens before my number 2. But in the same vein that your "All I Know Is Logic" quote, this is to me on the same plane. And the quote is, "Irritating, ah yes, one of your Earth emotions." I really like that. That's full on Spock right there.
Yes, I agree, and that's a really good quote. And I'm probably kind of sad that I didn't actually pick that.
Yes, I like it. And your number 1?
My number 1, I've been talking about it and jumping around it and kind of elating to it this entire episode, but it's Clint Howard's character. It's Baylock. It's the "we must drink." I don't know. I've never actually said this out. Well, maybe I said "we must drink" a couple times in my life, but this is one of those quotes that is always just in my head. It's always there. I always think about it. It's, to me personally, it's iconic.
We must drink. This is Tranya. I hope you relish it as much as I.
Sweet.
I don't know why. I love it.
Yeah, that's a really good one. I like that one. So my number 1 came before my number 2, and it's Captain Kirk from Where No Man Has Gone Before, and he says, "Have I ever mentioned you play a very irritating game of chess, Mr. Spock?" I like it because it sets up the fact that Kirk and Spock, they're friends, they hang out, they play Spock, they play Spock, they play chess, and of course, I would hate to play chess with Vulcan. That would stink. Can you imagine talking philosophy with a Vulcan? Oh my God.
Nope. I think if Vulcans were real, I would not want to be around them. I'd probably be one of the Archer Enterprise crew, and I'd be kind of racist.
Be in the back drinking the Tranya.
I'd probably think they're annoying. Never want to be around them.
Yeah, totally. That was a good category. I love that category.
Yeah, that one was actually really fun. This one is probably... Our next category is probably going to be my least favorite. Or maybe not my least favorite, but probably the least I have to say about.
Yeah, let's go through these fast. Because really, when I did this, I thought in my head, I don't know if you thought the same way, it was like, oh, well, we're practically just ranking the episodes again.
Yeah, kind of. So our next list is top 11 directors.
Mm-hmm. Why don't you?
And so this is going to be somewhat repetitive. Do you just want me to actually go through my list, or do you want to trade off like we've been doing?
Just go through your list.
Okay, so my number 11 is Alan Kroiker, who did Fight or Flight, which obviously was my least favorite episode. 10 is Cliff Boyle for Emissary. Number 9 is Paul Lynch. Funny, because number 9 and number 8 are both Paul Lynch. He did Naked Now and Man Alone. So he did 2 second episodes of Star Trek, and neither of them are that great. Winwich Kobe, who did Caretaker, is number 7. Number 6 is Kim Friedman, who did Parallax. Number 5 is James Goldstone, which was Where No Man Has Gone Before. This one was probably a little different, where Chris and I probably kind of, well, maybe not, actually. Now that I'm looking at his list. Number 4 is James L. Conway, who did Broken Bow, which I don't care necessarily for that episode, but that episode has a lot going on, a lot of special effects, and I think it was actually really well directed. Number 3 is Corey Allen, who did Encounter at Farpoint. And then, of course, my 2 favorite episodes of Star Trek that we've covered so far is The Corbomite Maneuver, directed by Joseph Sargent, for number 2, and then The Cage, directed by Robert Butler, at number 1.
Yeah, that's a good list. I'll do mine real quick, too. Number 11, Cliff Bull for Emissary. Number 10, Alan Croker for Fight or Flight. Number 9, Paul Lynch, The Naked Now. Number 8, James Goldstone, Where No Man Has Gone Before. Number 7, Corey Allen, Encounter at Farpoint. Number 6, Paul Lynch, A Man Alone. Number 5, James L. Conway, Broken Bow. Number 4, Winrich Colby, Caretaker. Number 3, Joseph Sargent, The Carbomite Maneuver. Number 2, Robert Butler, The Cage. And are we surprised? Number 1, Kim Friedman, Parallax.
Yeah. Not a huge... not a whole lot of difference going on there in between either me or you. There's nothing that you put in there that really upset me.
Yeah. What if number 1 was Emissary?
Well...
Are you drunk, Chris?
Your Man Alone is a little bit higher than I would have expected it, I guess.
You know what I was thinking when I was reading it off? I think I'm going to change my number 8 and number 6. I think that makes more sense to me in my head, actually. I don't know why I have it the way that I do, but yeah, that's what I would do.
You like that mob.
You bet I do.
Yeah, he's right.
No, you heard her.
Oh,
the mob.
That's. We're just going to talk about that for a long time. I think it's going to keep coming up.
Oh man! Well, we're to our last category. We've done 11 categories already. Not 10.
We are.
Now we're on our 11. This is the most fun, I think.
This one is going to be the most fun. There's probably going to be a lot to say. Although I'm not surprised by your list, and I don't think you're surprised by my list.
Nope.
Yeah. So there's a lot of similarities in here. So I'll go ahead and start. Our last list of top 11s is the top 11 movies. So obviously we can only do this once because there's only 12 movies. One of the movies obviously didn't make the cut, and not oddly whatsoever, the same movie did not make the cut for me and Chris. And we won't even talk about that movie right now, unless we want to later. But I'm not going to mention it right now. So my number 11 and Chris's number 11 are the exact same, and it's Star Trek Into Darkness. What was it, 2012 is when it came out. There's just I'm gonna spoil my list by saying this, but one of my favorite movies ever is The Wrath of Khan, and to try to make a movie that parallels that and copies it and tries to almost redo it without any history or precursor that came to the Wrath of Khan would annoy me, and this movie annoys me. And there's just I love the acting in the movie. I like Chris Pine. I like Benedict Cumberbatch. I like Peter Weller. But just the movie is just kind of all over the place for me. It doesn't work. In my mind, it almost makes one of my favorite movies worse because it tried to be too much like it.
Yeah, I agree there.
And I should say that giving the Khan yelling scream, like the William Shatner Khan scream to Spock, really like throws it down more points for me too. I hate when Zachary Quinto has to yell that line. I didn't like it the first time I saw it, and I like it less each rewatch that I have of it.
Yeah, I do too. It's a bad movie.
So number 10 is different, although your number 10 is my number 9, so it's not too terribly different. Go ahead and talk about your number 10.
Yeah, my number 10's Star Trek Nemesis. I'm gonna tell a story from the convention that I went to. So Brett Spiner is talking about Star Trek movies, and he's like, "Yeah, I did a few, and the last one, oh yeah, you guys didn't like it." End quote. He said that. Yeah, Data dies, and I think that's like why a big reason why people don't like it. But one of the reasons why I don't like it is because if Captain Picard went through that crazy interrogation by that Cardassian, all that weird stuff, and for some reason, though, regardless of all that he could manage, like if he just grew up in a mine shaft, he would be like bat crazy. Apparently.
Yeah, it's funny. This past weekend, I was out watching the football games, and throughout the football games, we were talking nerd stuff, and somehow we got on the subject of Batman and started talking, and then it led into Tom Hardy, and I just laid into Tom Hardy because of Star Trek Nemesis. I was like, well, let's not forget that he's what is his Shinzon?
Yeah,
and I went like off on that and went off on this movie, which would have otherwise probably been a pleasant conversation that I most likely ruined. But he ruined a movie his character ruined a movie for me. So I feel like it's just desserts.
Number 10 on your list, Sean.
My number 10 is the 2009 reboot, the J.J. Abrams movie. I've talked a lot of crap about this already on the podcast. There's too much. Hoth, he goes to Hoth in there. He goes to Hoth and meets some CGI aliens and Spock and Scotty. There's Spock acts weird. The Academy is weird. The villain is kind of boring. I don't like it. I don't like 2009. Your 2009 is a lot higher than mine, actually. You like movies less. I don't know how to phrase this. There are more movies that you like less than 2009 than I do, but not very many, which I don't get. But yeah, the Abrams movies, obviously, since they're number 10 and 11 on my list, respectively, I don't like them. They're barely Star Trek to me.
Wow. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I agree to an extent. Well, the thing is really, 8, 9, and 10 for me. I'll just spoil my list right there. Generations, Insurrection, Nemesis. If anybody wants my whole opinion on there, just go and watch like the 3 hours or 4 hours of footage from Red Letter Media talking about those 3 films. And I agree with every point they made about those films. And Insurrection has so many problems to me that it's like it's weird. It's not Star Trek to me. Like in the same way that you talk about 2009 not being Star Trek, to me Insurrection's not Star Trek.
Well, Insurrection's not even finished as far as the movie. Like, there's that scene that they never actually added effects to, so there's like the fight with the blue screen behind them, which is really interesting.
Yeah, that's true.
that. Which is a little weird. I like the. Here's why Insurrection is higher on my list, and it's not high, but it's higher on my list because I think the idea behind it is Star Trek. But it's just executed so poorly. Mm-hmm. And I'll go ahead and just jump up, and like my number 9 is Nemesis, and the reason that like most of the reasons that you talk about Nemesis are the same reasons I don't like Nemesis. I do want to add that they tried to I felt like they tried to cap the series, the Next Generation series with this movie. Partly by killing Data, and it didn't work, especially at the end. Well, the beginning they state that there's that new android, the B4, the new Soong android that no one ever knew about ever, and then at the end he's got like some of Data in him because he's singing the song. It's not, the threat doesn't feel real in that movie. The characters don't quite seem where they should be. There's green plastic symbols. That's not a good movie. So I'm going to go ahead and move up to my number 8, which is your number 9. And we'll talk about that because we started on it, which is Insurrection. And I will say the one good thing about this movie to me is I think the story behind it is probably solid. I think the idea of them trying to get the Bakul, like how the Bakul had factioned off, and there's the ones that are rejects and the ones getting all the benefits from the planet, the Fountain of Youth, kind of as you will, parallel, is neat. And I think that's something that Star Trek could dive into, but the way they actually dive into it just that never feels right, even from the beginning, where it's just like, oh, hey, here's Data. Data's not on the Enterprise, and he goes crazy for some weird reason, and now we've ruined our research on this planet.
Yeah.
And I'll kind of let you take over, Insurrection.
The special effects were just terrible. The kid, I don't like the kid. I don't like the kid. The set, like, I'm gonna get kind of technical here. We've not really have talked about technical sides of Star Trek, and one of the technical sides of Star Trek Insurrection that I just find ridiculous is the whole village is just brown and beige. Like, who is the set director that did that decided to do that? It's just ridiculous. But anyway, where are we? Number 8?
Well, that was number 8 was Insurrection for me. What's your number 8?
Mine's Star Trek Generations, and it falls under the same. It has the same problems to me that Insurrection does. It's such an underdeveloped film. I don't like Sauron as a villain. I never liked the one of the things that does it for me, that did the movie in for me, is the whole being in the Nexus. I thought was ridiculous. Where like the Christmas scene, I thought that was a little bit ridiculous. That is something I would expect in like an episode, like a season 1, season 2 kind of episode, and that ended up in a movie. I don't think Guinan is that fascinating of a character to make a movie not based on, but elevate her importance. I didn't really like. I don't like, again, with the technical side, I don't like the fact that they're not all wearing the same uniform at the same time. This is like military organization. I don't like how Picard is like a slobbering, crying guy. Like, you know, So he's the last of his bloodline. Like, you know, make what you... It seems at his age he would have... you know, there's of course the death and his realization, but it's so not played the way that I'd expect a Picard to play it. And the lighting, because, you know, it's movie time, let's change the lighting. So they have to change the lighting on the Enterprise, and it's just so... You've seen these characters and the ship and everything for 7 years in the same way, and then it completely throws it on its head, and you have to just accept that. Furthermore, I don't like Lursa and Beator. I thought they were the most ridiculous Klingons, which is why when I mentioned when we covered Parallax, why I said that one of the reasons why I like B'Elanna Torres is the fact that she wasn't like that. And just that ridiculousness, yeah. And like the scene where where Geordi, his visor, after he'd been kidnapped, you know, they could see what he sees, and it's like, you know, Lursa and Beator are watching what he sees, and they're just like, ugh, look at that, you know, human female, ew, gross. And that's like the kind of joke that I'd expect in a you know, B plot kind of move, in a B plot kind of television episode. That's why it's number 8.
I agree with that. Well, okay, yeah. Fair enough. I'll kind of add mine in there because mine is a little bit higher on my list, but I'll explain why it's higher on my list when we get there. So number 7, I have a feeling that you're going to have a problem with my number 7.
Yeah, I do. Sorry, go ahead.
I feel like a lot of people have problems with my number 7. My number 7 is actually The Search for Spock, Star Trek 3. And the reason why I don't like it, the first 45 minutes of that movie are amazing. And the second 45 minutes of that movie, kind of boring. And the boring outweighs the good to me. The whole Spock being young and everything that happens on the Genesis planet is all kind of blah to me. The Klingon threat never feels truly threatening to me. Maybe partly because the Klingon captain is Christopher Lloyd, and so I can't take him serious. And I mean, there's no Spock in the movie. Spock is literally not in the movie, except at the very end. I don't think Leonard Nimoy actually has any lines. And I know behind the scenes, Leonard Nimoy played it as like, if we're going to make another Star Trek movie, like, I'll be in it, but make me the director. And then they build it to where Leonard Nimoy wasn't going to be in the movie. And he's not actually on the credits on the intro credits, which is really cool. I mean, that's a problem with Into Darkness. They kill Kirk and they bring him right back, so it has zero effect on you. If they killed him and then said Chris Pine isn't coming back for Star Trek 2016, that would be amazing, but they didn't do that. They just brought him immediately back, so that emotional kind of attachment is meaningless Into Darkness, whereas in Star Trek 3 it actually kind of did something. But I don't like the Klingons. I don't care for the Spock storyline. What I really like about Star Trek 3 is when they hijack the Enterprise and they do their whole like Ocean's 11 of getting the Enterprise out of space dock and taking it over. And then towards the end when they blow up the Enterprise. And another problem I have with it is I don't like Robin Curtis. I don't like Robin Curtis as Saavik. I feel like Kirstie Alley made enough of a dent in that character that... and we're spoiled as, I think, Star Trek fans, because when a character dies, for the most part, the characters never get replaced as far as actors are concerned. And this is one time where an actor did get had to replace a character, and I hate it. So I mean, Star Trek 3 is not a bad movie, but it's lower on my list. And I will say, my top 7, all of these 7 movies, I actually do enjoy like other things on this list. So yeah, I don't want to say that I hate or I don't like Star Trek 3. I really do like it. I just like these other 6 movies more than it. At least this week. Sometimes it changes a little bit.
I see. No, I think you argued your point really, really well. I could agree. Yeah, I could see your viewpoint. I don't agree with it, but I can see your viewpoint.
Yeah.
It's true. I mean, it's a fun, yeah, like the Ocean 11 part is a fun wallop to me, but from an emotional standpoint to get to where Kirk is, for my favorite Star Trek movie, you'd have to go through Spock. You'd have to go through the search for Spock, because the death of David is, what carries Kirk to hate the Klingons and prevents him from seeing the betterment of making peace with them and what that can mean for the galaxy. And I think that's a really, really big, poignant thing that happens. And given the way that the voyage home is, and you can't just have the death of David right there, he comes back and finds out that David's home, and it had to be handled in that way, and that's why it's higher up on my list. But other than that, I think I agree with you. The thing, Christopher Lloyd as a Klingon is a little bit amusing. You still see him as Doc.
Yeah.
Well, my number 7 is way up higher than yours. Is Star Trek 2009.
Yep.
This is, how am I going to put this? I'm going to put it this way, and then you can tell me what you think of this. The movies that are below on my list, Generations, Insurrection, Nemesis, and Into Darkness, are... It's not that Star Trek 2009 is so good, it's that those other movies are so bad to me that's where it falls. And I think that's the only way that I could put it. It's not like I love Star Trek 2009, and I really don't. It's that those other movies are just so atypical of what I want in a Star Trek film that's why that landed the way it did.
All right.
Star Trek 2009 doesn't have... The thing with Star Trek 2009 is it just exploded the characters. You have Kirk might be a womanizer, but suddenly now he's he's a horny bastard all the time off his tits. You might have Spock, kind of logical and stuff like that, but then emotional, trying to hold back those emotions, and suddenly you have to explode that, and he has to beat up Kirk, and you have to have that kind of scene, and it's just the characters are just exploded 10 billion times of what they were. You don't even just have to have it was never so explicit on screen that Chekhov was Russian. You knew that he was Russian, that was no big deal. But now, he has the speech where he can't talk to the computer, which I'm pretty sure the computers, he could probably just speak fluent Russian to the computer, and the computer would recognize it. We have that technology now. Why that didn't happen in 2009 Star Trek, I have no idea. So that kind of stupidness that's present in that movie is why it's not higher, of course. But there's Generations. It's more about Generations, Insurrection, and Nemesis not rising to the level that I think that it should have been for the crew that we had in those 7 seasons, that the movies that we expected them to be in. And in 2009, regardless, it had a beginning and a middle and an end. It had a clear direction and plot. Whereas if you go from Nemesis, it's so all over. Is this a story about Data discovering himself, or now we're gonna juxtapose that with Troy and Riker getting married, and how do we feel about that? And this happens right in the middle of it, and then you have like the Scooby-Doo mystery of who planted B4 all over, and the Shinzon, like it's all over the place. Insurrection, has one of the dumbest storylines ever. It's the whole plot of Insurrection is that the Baku, the Ruffalo people, they want to get the other people off the planet so that they could have the planet that makes them younger. That's it. And then it turns out that they were the people that inhabited the planet they used to be. They came from the same people. Like, that's the whole plot. And it's like, that's like a television episode. You can have that in. And in Star Trek Generations, it had, I honest to God think that in Generations, the producers came up with the idea of, we need to blow up the Enterprise, and how do we get there? And they didn't care how they got there. They needed to do two things: blow up the Enterprise and jam Kirk with Picard. And let's see these two generations fighting with each other, or not against each other, but fighting for a common cause against Sauron. And and so when you get to Star Trek 2009, it's an obvious package story that you can understand, and it has, that's why I say it has a beginning, middle, and an end, and you know what's happening. It's not all over the place like those other movies. I know that was a huge rant, but that's what I think.
No, that's fine. I see where you're coming from, and it's a good defense of 2009. And I although I do agree with basically everything that you said, just as movie to movie goes, I don't know. Maybe I should be careful with what I'm going to say, because I'm going to regret saying it later. I think that 2009 and Into Darkness are not as well done Star Trek movies. All in all, they're probably, outside of maybe our number one and number two, what we think is our number one and number two movies in Star Trek, I think Into Darkness and 2009 are probably the most professionally put together, if that makes sense. I'll throw the motion picture in there too as being professionally done. And what I mean by that is the next gen movies, you're right, they never rise up. They don't seem any more epic than the show does. They seem about as epic as the show. Maybe First Contact's kind of the exception to that, but the other three certainly seem like they're basically next gen episodes. And some of the other, like some of the original series ones, just kind of are all over the place and fall flat. And I mean, I already talked why I don't like Star Trek 3, but you're absolutely right. And Generations had the potential to be a lot better than it was with Kirk and Scotty and Chekhov all in there. They could have probably done a little bit more. And maybe this is fan service, or maybe this would be considered fan service rather, but I don't know how you feel, but I think it would be pretty cool to see Kirk and Picard and Scotty and Chekhov all on the Enterprise D. And they could have done that.
Yeah. Wow.
And they chose not to. And I feel like that might have been epic, and that might have made it, like an actual generational kind of story, a generational kind of ship. And we're on number 7, but we're moving into number 6, and my number 6 is actually Star Trek Generations, and that's kind of why I'm gearing the conversation towards that. Generation is so high, or as higher on my list, and honestly, if I redid this right now, I think I'd replace Generations with Star Trek 3, so 3 would rank in higher than Generation. But I do like Generation just because Kirk's in there. There's the whole horseback riding thing. You get a lot of Kirkisms in it. It's like, this time, if you get kind of that, I dedicated my life to Starfleet, but maybe later on that's not what I was supposed to do. You get that kind of humanity and humility into him, and I appreciate that, and I like that, and I like the way that was written. But I can see the argument that it is more or less it feels like a made-for-TV movie, as we've joked about before.
Yeah.
But you're number 6.
I have to
Your
talk
number
about.
6 is fine. Yeah, go ahead.
I have to talk about this because how am I going to word this? Everything that I like about the motion picture, which is my number 6, everything that I like about the motion picture is probably why it's your favorite. However, I've allowed something to really taint my opinion, and I don't really do this a lot. I try to take art for what it is and, leave people out it and stuff. But when the allegations of sexual abuse came out against Stephen Collins, I cannot, and he's in so much, he's an integral part of that movie. And
yes.
And I have to be honest, like it's so hard for me to divorce what he did from that character. And every time when I look at him, I just start criticizing, like, why did you guys have to have him in there? Why is he there? Oh my God, I don't like him. And unfortunately, he spoiled that movie for me.
Fair enough. But there's no argument from me on that. Apparently my dog also hates it. Hold on. I'm going to mute and edit this.
Puppy wappy, puppy wappy, woof woof. Puppy wappy.
Oh, I don't know what was going on. Anyway, I'm going to pick up right where you left off. Let me gather my thoughts here real quick. So I agree with everything that you just said, and that's extremely poignant and highly important, and you're absolutely right. And when you think of things like that, and actors and actresses and people that are in the spotlight, who, for lack of a better term, have fallen from grace, never that he was up there in the first place, it's unfortunate. And there goes my dog. But I mean, I want to relate it to like Bill Cosby right now, just because we're learning so many bad things about Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby was so on top of his game, and Chris and I are old enough to remember that Bill Cosby actually was, somewhat important at some point in time, even though he hasn't seemed like that for probably the past decade or so. But you're right; it soils everything. As kind of groundbreaking and influential as his, like, I'm still talking about Cosby, his 80s sitcom was. I have no interest or desire to go back and try to watch that again. I don't care about the Huxtables anymore, and it's because we learned that Bill Cosby's just a disgusting human being, much like what's his name, the guy that played Decker, Stephen Collins. Like, he's just a disgusting human being. That kind of behavior shouldn't be condoned, and unfortunately he's in this piece of art that I insanely appreciate, and whether he was doing these things to children when that movie was filmed, I don't know, but it came out later on that he's a sicko, and that retrogrades back to his previous work, for better or for worse, and in this case for absolute worse. And you're right, it does take that down a lot. One good thing, I guess, is I shouldn't say this is good, but I never liked his character, so his personal shortcomings or fallacies or whatever you want to call them, we'll just call them disgusting habits that are inhumane, don't affect me as much, because I never cared for Decker, and you can almost do that movie without him and still have it as good as it was, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of. I don't know. There is a plot point that would be missing, but you're absolutely right. I agree with you 100%. And I went off on a lot of things there. I went on my own little rant that didn't have anything to do with Star Trek there for a minute.
No, it made perfect sense.
So, getting back to the... so I could see why that would drop the motion picture in your book. And moving on. Star Trek. Number 5. Your number 5 is close to my number 4. So I'm actually going to do my number 5 first. And my number 5 is The Voyage Home, which actually, ironically enough, used to be my favorite Star Trek movie. I used to really like it. I really liked the comedy, and I liked, as I've said on this podcast before, the fish out of water story. However, as I've got older, I've just grown to... it's not that I like it any less, it's that I've liked others more. And so that's why it ends up being number 5. It's because the others that are lower on this list end up being closer to my heart and stuff that I go to more often.
Like that. My number 5 is First Contact. In some ways, I guess it's funny. I think from a personal standpoint, again, divorcing the Star Trek from my own personal life, like this is. I saw this movie with my grandfather. He passed away a little bit after this, and so like that is a memory that I have of this film, and in my head, like that made it one of my favorites, for a very long time. And like looking over my list again, in fact, I'd probably put First Contact in number 3 and move the other 2 down. But again, from the character standpoint of how they were in the Next Generation, it seems so atypical of what the characters would do. That action hero-y kind of thing, and it didn't have enough like Gates McFadden in there for me to be pleased, and I really did not like seeing Troy drunk like that. Just like Troy in that movie in general just annoyed me. And Geordi too, like Geordi is there needs to be more Geordi, and there's not enough Geordi. Like, it's like Zefram Cochrane. Imagine, like, oh God, what would be like if John Williams talking about Mozart? Like, would he miss out on meeting Mozart? Like, no, like that's an influential person. And so it's like, how come there's not more Geordi talking about like the way that what Zefram Cochrane means to him? There's like one scene where he does, and that's about it. And then on top of that all, Troy is like in charge of mission control all of a sudden. That is just like so I don't like that. And it's a weird like dynamic where it's like, is it about Data or is it about Picard? You're not really sure. However, I have to give it a positive. I really like the scenes with Lily and Picard. Those are about the best. Lily, I think, is the best character in that whole film, to be honest. And Alice Creek does a good job, but I really, really like Lily. And that's Alfie Woodward. She does a really good job.
I agree. Yeah, no, you're not getting any... There's no argument for me on that point. I actually totally agree with all of that. Just moving up the list, my number 4 is First Contact compared to your number 5, but I mean, I agree with all that. One of my favorite episodes, just in Star Trek in general, is Best of Both Worlds, and so I am kind of a Borg fan when the Borg is done right. I mean, I even have problems with like iBorg and stuff like that. It's as fun as it is with Hugh and kind of that. What happens when you get one Borg alone, but I like the Borg as a big massive threat, kind of as they're meant to be. So I love Q Who, and I love the Best of Both Worlds. And I love First Contact. I love them as an enemy. The Borg Queen, Alice Courage, really hits the spot for me. I think she's well done. Your complaints about it, I absolutely agree with. I think Troy drunk doesn't bother me so much, other than the fact that she's probably a little bit too professional to be that drunk. So like the kind of logistics of her and her character probably don't make sense to me, although the scene itself doesn't annoy me. And you're right, there's very little Dr. Crusher and probably not enough Geordi. I mean, Geordi spent 2 episodes with Leah Brahms, an engineer that we don't know anything about, and here he is face to face with the creator of Warp Drive for humanity, and we don't spend hardly any time on it.
And my number 4 is... So was that your verdict on number 4 for you, First Contact?
Yeah, no, that's everything I've got.
My number 4, Search for Spock. Pretty much said everything that I wanted to say about that. Very good. What's your number 3?
My number 3 is the motion picture. I've talked about this a couple times on the podcast already. My damnation and Chris's damnation of Stephen Collins, Captain Decker aside, I really like this movie, and this movie even a couple years ago would have been low on my list because it was so many. Maybe I like this movie because so many people think it's boring, and I want to just be argumentative. But some of the longer scenes I really like. I like that you hadn't seen the Enterprise since 1968 or maybe even 69, so you hadn't seen it for 10 years, and so you get this beautiful, brand new, wonderful, huge budget Enterprise, and they just took their time showing it off to everybody, and like all the sets I think are really well done. They get that whole giant rec room that you never see before. I mean, the movie stinks of 70s sci-fi, but in a way I kind of like that too. So I feel like when you watch the motion picture, you're watching the Star Trek version of an amalgamation of 2001 and Star Wars put into the Star Trek universe, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah, so that's number 3 for me.
Yeah, and you want to talk about carpet? That that rec room was ridiculously done out on carpet. Like the tables are carpet, minus like the finishing on it. Like there's just like tubes of carpet all over. It's ridiculous.
Yes.
My number, where are we? Number 3. My number 3 is The Voyage Home. And I like it for all the reasons that Shaun said, but for an additional reason. It does something that I don't think very many movies can pull off. It has a comedic guest star that holds her own. And she's not overdone. She's not like a bland character, and she doesn't have like that kind of like, oh, here we go with a romance between Kirk and her. It was like well played romance, but it was like a romance where it was like Kirk was mature, she was more mature than him, and it was like the girl that got away kind of thing. But I really, the guest star, she does it for me. She makes that movie. I'm gonna look up her name. Do you remember her name?
No, I don't.
I'm gonna look up the actress's name because I'm gonna kick myself in the butt.
I do remember that she was on Seventh Heaven with Stephen Collins, who was Decker from the motion picture.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What is it? Is it Catherine Hicks?
No, that doesn't sound right.
Am I looking at a completely different movie? Jane, what was her name? Amanda? Was it Amanda?
Yeah, her name's Amanda.
Jane White.
You're absolutely right. Catherine Hicks, Jillian Taylor.
Okay, so what was Catherine Hicks then? Riley's a little bit too old for that. Okay, Catherine Hicks.
I put you on the room.
She was amazing. Oh yeah, there it is. Seventh Heaven. I see it now. Oh, the irony. She was in Child's Play too. That's pretty cool. Yeah, she made the movie really for me. Like she was the, and she wasn't the ridiculous like. How can I put this? Like, she made the best transition ever between, you gotta be joking me, you're from the future, yeah, right, to like, I want to be part of that future. And where she signs up for a science vessel, and it's not done in the cheesiest way either way, where it was like, oh, I'd like to be in the future too. And anyway, I love her, but that's all I would add to that.
Yeah. No, I could see that being bad, where she dreams of being off planet and in the stars and all that, and then she gets her wish at the end of the movie. It would be a very 80s corny kind of movie that they did not do, thankfully. Well, anyway, we've only got 2 left, and my number 1 is your number 2. My number 2 is your number 1. So I guess we should just talk about these together. And anyone who's listened to this podcast, or anybody who's into Star Trek, could probably guess based off of the 11 movies, the 11 movie list, what these 2 are going to be, because there's only 3 movies that we haven't talked about. So obviously, one of these has to be The Final Frontier in the number 1 slot, right, Chris?
That's my number 1.
So, okay. Anyway, obviously, Star Trek V did not make our cut. Neither Chris nor I picked Star Trek V. It is lesser than the J.J. Abrams movies, and I don't really want to talk about it right now. But so we have The Wrath of Khan and The Undiscovered Country, and anybody who might have listened to this podcast before will know that I'm The Wrath of Khan and Chris is The Undiscovered Country. I like, real briefly, both of these movies are amazing. Both of these movies are highly entertaining. These are great. These are my favorite characters in my favorite show, being awesome in different ways. But I said this too, almost exactly like this before on the podcast. If there was no Star Trek 2, then I would absolutely be all about Star Trek 6, but there is a Star Trek 2, so it kind of supersedes the 6 for me. And the only reason that it's above 6 for me, well, the reason why it's my favorite movie is one, the music. I think the James Horner score is just far better than the Cliff Idleman score of Star Trek 6. Star Trek 2 being just one of my favorite film scores of all time. And I like the kind of darkness and kind of depth that Star Trek 2 puts into this crew, with the age aspect and Scotty's nephew dying and everything like that. So that's why it kind of ends up slicing up and coming out just under Star Trek 6. And that's no ill will towards The Undiscovered Country, because there's plenty of greatness in The Undiscovered Country. There's just a few things about The Wrath of Khan that I like a little bit better.
Yeah, pretty much the same way, except with The Undiscovered Country. Yeah, it's like every minute is. And I love Chang. Like, Chang is my favorite villain, just in everything, and it's so cool just to see him, see Captain Kirk like one last time try to beat somebody like that, and do it. And like, thinking about the movie in retrospect, like, any flaws, like, very, very few. Everything is just like right on spot. But like, one of the very few flaws that I have ever found in it is I don't like how everything is practically just filmed. I know why they did it, budget and everything. Everything is just filmed on Enterprise D time.
That's true. The transporter room and the engineering.
Yeah, even the consoles are reused and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, yeah, just a superb film.
Yeah, right. I was going to add something to that. I was going to say, like, coincidentally, that these two movies are the two Star Trek movies that were directed by Nicholas Meyer, and these two films have the main antagonist quoting American, or not American, but human literature as part of their character, which is amazing to me. And I think that's probably kind of the draw to both of these, because Khan and Chang are very similar villains and both very well done.
Yeah. Christopher Plummer, man, who
mm-hmm.
is a lot better than that chitty chitty bang bang thing he did with the Van Dams or whatever.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't have a whole lot left to say about the movies.
No, I think that's about it. Do you have another category left?
That's our last category as far as I can see.
Woohoo! That was the best category too. That was amazingly fun. Amazingly fun.
The movies were fun, yes. I'm glad that we saved that one for last.
That's where I needed to be. Well, why don't you what am I trying to say? Why don't you? Let's move on with the show then and get to audience track.
Open hailing frequencies.
Frequencies open, sir.
This is Jean-Luc Picard, captain of the Enterprise. Klaxon Ries Blaj Blanar Karnik.
All right. Well, we did something interesting this episode, and if you liked it, you should tell us. Or if you disagreed, you should tell us. How could they tell us, Sean? How can they get a hold of us?
Well, they can email us at thetrekbrothers@gmail.com, TheTrekBrothers, the Trek Brothers. So we're the Trek Brothers at Gmail. We are also on Twitter at the Trek Brothers, same, all one word. You can find Chris on Twitter at Lethargic Nerd, all one word. You can find me on Twitter at Sean Makita. I spell my name SHAUN. So those are the main ways. We also have our own website. It's a Wix website.
It is thetrekbrothers.wix.com/home.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't have it right there in front of me on the notes. So, but those are all the ways that you can get a hold of us. We encourage discussions. Feel free to jump in on any of our top 11s and give us your top 11. Disagree with us. Tell us why we're wrong. Tell us why we're right. Tell us why you agree with us. Tell us why you disagree with us. Maybe you like Star Trek 5. Maybe you want that in your list. Maybe you want Star Trek 2009 up there. I don't know. But let us know. We're down for discussion.
Yeah. Like I always say, you can like whatever Trek you want to like, so long as it's Star Trek. All right. I'm going to take us out here. Got some Johann Strauss II for you.
Uh-oh.
This song is always so happy to me.
It is very happy.
Clip, clop, gallop. It's Opus 466. This guy was amazing. We need more of him. More Johann Strauss II.
Yeah, he knew how to write in a normal meter, not a 4.5 like the Terminator guy. 13/16, whatever you want to say.
Well, everyone, thank you for listening, and tune in next week to Trek Brothers Podcast. I'm Chris.
And I'm Sean.
We'll see you later.
Bye.